Good evening. I'm Armando Cuellar Jr., Vice President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. Before we have a public hearing, Mr. De Los Santos would like to...
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move forward with the awards and recognitions, the student awards currently right now. Just, to take in consideration the parents and the families that are here and their time to modify that agenda and then place that first.
Okay, Mr. De Los Santos, and being that we don't need a quorum for that,
Right.
we'll follow with that. So, Mr. Robledo?
Yes, sir. That sounds
You have
good
the
to
floor.
me. I think they're ready to go.
Yes, sir. By all means.
All right. So, Mindy? Okay, here comes Mindy. All right. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Vice President Cuellar, Mr. De Los Santos, Dr. De Vera. Tonight, we honor our elementary district UIL champions. These students from across the district competed in individual and team events like music memory, spelling, art smart, number sense. So we brought some of our youngsters in. As you can see, they have some certificates with them and some trophies.
We're gonna need to. Because it's an item agenda.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, but we can work with it.
You wanna go?
Gives her-
Okay, but still, you don't need a motion, okay?
No, we don't need
Okay.
to. We'll just
Take a pause for a minute.
Continue.
We're good? All right. So once again, let's have a round of applause for our kids. And if I could just read the recognition one more time, that we're honoring our elementary district UIL meet champions. These are students from across the district, and they competed in individual and team events like music memory, spelling, art smart, and number sense. So we want to say congratulations to all of our first place winners. How about a round of applause? Also, parents, if you're here, parents, can you please stand and be recognized? Parents? Thank you, parents. All right, we'll take a quick photo with our board members and Dr. Rivera.
Yes.
All right, congratulations, students. UIL district winners. You can exit that way.
Good job, boys and girls.
Outstanding. Congratulations. Great job. How you doing?
All right, well, how about we have a round of applause for our next group of students entering the room? All right, I think we can get started now. We have a big group here from Kleckler Held Elementary. Go ahead, yes, absolutely. Representing, again, one of our fine elementary schools, we want to congratulate the choir from Kleckler Held Elementary, which recently returned from the American Classic Choir Competition held in Seguin, Texas. We are proud to announce that all of our students received a Division I rating from all 3 judges and a Best in Festival distinction for the 2nd year in a row. Now, the students' performance was so incredible that one of the judges was moved to tears and spoke to Miss Champion after the contest to tell her about how much she loved our choir. Let's give them a round of applause. Parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized? Parents of these children. Congratulations. All right. Thank you very much, boys and girls. You can go that way towards Miss Champion. All right, we have some students now, some visual arts students. If we can give them a round of applause as they enter the room. So tonight we want to congratulate our talented elementary school artists who recently competed in the Texas Education Art Meet, hosted by Texas Art Education Association. These students won exemplary ratings for their original artwork. Students used all mediums for their creations, and several students also received top of team distinctions. One student, Camila Rios, received an additional honor. Her artwork was selected from the 2026 Youth Art Month Spring Exhibition by First Lady of Texas, Cecilia Abbott. And as a Governor's Gallery artist, her art will be displayed in the Governor's business office for a year. How about a round of applause for Camilla and all the children? Parents, if you're here, can you please stand to be recognized? Parents who are here, congratulations. Thank you very much, students. You can go this way. All right, we have some more art students that we'd like to recognize. Right here in the front of the room. Tonight we want to congratulate another group of very talented artists, and they brought some of their work here, so you can see it up front. Very, very nice. These students are from Dr. Armando Cuellar Middle School, and they recently returned from the Junior Visual Arts Scholastic Event competition. These students work on their art pieces for months in advance and received top awards for their creations. We want to say congratulations. How about a round of applause? And parents, if you hear, parents, can you please stand and be recognized? Are you here, parents? Yes, in the back. All right. We have an individual here that we would like to recognize. How about a round of applause for her as she enters the room? So tonight, we want to congratulate our district's top elementary reader. Representing North Bridge Elementary is Dakota Casares. She read over 5 million words. That is 5,216,076 words to be exact, as part of the Accelerated Reader Program at North Bridge Elementary. How about a round of applause for Miss Dakota Casares? She's got all her hardware here, her certificates and medals. Congratulations, Miss Dakota. Now for a photo. And a shout out to her parents or family. They're here. Can they please stand and be recognized? Hello? Thank you. Let it go. All right, so there is a lot of behind the scenes work that takes place to host our 4 graduation ceremonies in 1 week. From the stage and the seating accommodations to lights and cameras, this is a labor of love performed by our tireless maintenance department, warehouse, and K-West departments. And there was a chance that it could have rained that week, so we were doing double duty just in case something happened. But luckily, God was on our side and the weather cooperated. These individuals came together every year to ensure our beloved graduates experience and celebrate this milestone. So we want to recognize our maintenance department, warehouse, and K-West departments. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
You get to wear all kinds of stuff.
Good job.
So we have one more announcement in recognition. And we are thrilled to celebrate a monumental achievement for our district. This past school year, Weslaco ISD successfully implemented the Bluebonnet Learning Math curriculum across the kindergarten through 8th grade classrooms. In recognition for this hard work, the Texas Education Agency honored WISD with its prestigious Bluebonnet Beacon Spotlight District. The distinction celebrates our district for modeling a strong ability to model Bluebonnet learning implementation, best practices in math, and in high-quality instructional materials. As a result of this success, WISD will be proudly highlighted on the TEA Bluebonnet Beacon's website. We also earned the official Bluebonnet status badge and the exciting opportunity to share our best practices with educators across the entire state. Congratulations to our students, teachers, campus, and district leaders for this successful program implementation. Congratulations. How about a round of applause? And that concludes our awards and recognitions. My time is up.
Very well. Do we have any comments as to the presentation that we just had now? And Becky, I know you got here a little bit late, but I know we had some outstanding accomplishments that were.
Yes, yes, I got here a
Recognized.
little late. I was working, but it's very nice to see that even during summer, we're still celebrating the kids. I really wasn't expecting to see so many awards right now. I know you guys heard it a while before I got here. So I'm just congratulations to the students. Hopefully you keep on reading during summer and keep on learning. And thank you to all the staff and maintenance and everybody for all your hard work. We really appreciate it.
Cosetta?
Same thing, congratulations to all.
Todos?
Yeah, same thing. Congratulations to all the kids and also their parents and also maintenance and all the different staff members that are out there that were working, taking care of our buildings and whatnot during the inclement weather.
And then, of course, the recognition we received for this, for everyone's efforts on this Bluebonnet.
Oh, yes.
I know it was a challenge, but you know, y'all came through like champions, and we appreciate everybody's efforts and your diligence, and let's continue to stay the course and keep making a difference for our children, because it's only going to make them better prepared for what's ahead in life. So thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Okay, we're ready to go. Okay, now. Good evening again. My name is Armando Cuellar Jr., Vice President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This public hearing is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this public hearing has been posted online for at least 3 business days prior to the meeting date. The time now is 5:50 p.m., and I will call this public hearing to order. I will now begin the roll call. Calling each board member by name. Mrs. Jacqueline Susaita,
Present.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez, myself, Vice President Armando Cuellar. Mr. Nieto is out of town, he cannot be here today. Mr. Castillo was also committed to another engagement, so he won't be here tonight. Coach Eddie Cerda
Present.
and Mr. Marcos de los Santos.
Present.
The records reflect that we do have a quorum present for this workshop, and we can now begin. Dr. Rivera?
Yes, let me call on Mrs. Rodriguez to present the information.
Good evening, Vice President Cuellar, Dr. Rivera, Board of Trustees, community administrators, everyone joining us this evening. Tonight's presentation serves as our public hearing for all regarding the 2026-2027 budget that will be presented during tonight's regular board meeting for approval. Here we go. As published on June 6th, we've made all the necessary publications of this public hearing for the community and to meet all requirements. A proposed budget has been posted on the website as well. Notice of the budget discussion was posted at least 3 full business days prior to the date of this meeting as well. Okay, on slide 3. So our current template for Moat Casey shows the following revenues, actually the revenue sources based on the current tax rate of 0.9481, which you can see right there on the slide is the breakdown of our M&O rate of 0.7291 and our INS rate of 0.2190. That combined rate is 0.9481. This is only a preliminary proposed tax rate. The final tax rate will be proposed in September during the regular board meeting. So with that maintenance and operations rate, that yields about $25,498,938 of our revenue source for M&O collections. That's about 94% of the levy right now, what we're tracking on the Moat Casey template. For our INS rate of 2.2190, that yields about $7,582,778 of our revenue sources for INS collections. That is simply to pay our bonds. Currently, WISD is still one of the lowest districts in Region 1 and in the Valley with this tax rate of 0.941. Again, it will not be presented for approval until September, and we don't anticipate an increase at this time to the tax rate. Final maximum compressed tax rate values will be calculated and provided by TEA later this summer. So if any changes to that, it'll show in the template and we'll make adjustments accordingly. This slide here shows the history of our preliminary tax values based on what is provided by our chief appraiser, Hidalgo County Appraisal District. So currently the preliminary amounts that we received in April show $3,967,311,992. Percentage change of about 11.5% on the annual change there, and we won't have these actual certified final values until July 25th, 2026. So again, though this is just the preliminary values that we received in April, and our certified values will not come to us until July. So again, if anything changes, we make adjustments to the budget accordingly. Okay, this slide here shows our budget reductions from 2026 to 2027. This shows all the hard work that administration, directors, principals, Dr. Rivera, everyone has done to adjust the budget to make those changes where we could. And it's a total of $10 million if you see the total in the change column from 2026 to 2027, and that is reduction of salaries of at least $6.6 million through the attrition process that we began back in the fall. The different departments, $1.8 million. The student allotment budgets there, $601,000. Fine arts, $111,000. Advanced academics, 57,000, CTE, 668,000, and then our athletics, 341,000, all for a total of $10,313,896. And just as a quick reminder there, this salary amount in the 2027 column of 159 million does not include any resignation incentive amounts that we will discuss later this evening. So for 2026 to 2027, that, again, was a lot of hard work, a lot of analysis, a lot of discussion between administration, principals. Everyone had a hand in this and where they could look at their allotments and see where they could make these changes. And these reductions are actually just the beginning. We're going to continue moving on next as the year progresses with the continued attrition and all of those. Anywhere we can analyze the budget and make the changes, we will continue to do so.
Ms. Rodriguez, may I ask a question before you move on, so I don't ask you to come back to the screen? When I'm looking at the salaries, the changes minus 6.6 million, más o menos, does this include, I know that there's some positions on the compensation plan that these people retired, but their positions will not be filled. I still see those positions, though, on the compensation plan. Does this figure here include does that include those salaries for people where a position where nobody's going to be there, or did you take that out?
Did you want to respond to that, Mr. Butler?
So those positions are still posted on the compensation plan. That does not mean they will be filled. But we have been working on this to attrit all of those numbers. So these are just the positions we are filling.
Okay, so we're not going based on the compensation plan.
Correct. Those are just listed or posted in the plan. Again, basically, those are all the different positions we have. That does not mean we are filling them just because they're there.
And they're not reflected in this total?
That's
of what
correct.
we would pay them?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
So I guess a follow-up question to that would be, what guarantee does the public have that you won't fill these positions?
Good question.
Because if you weren't going to fill them, you could have removed them from the compensation plan.
That was
And
going to be my question. Yeah.
Right.
Why don't we remove them then?
Right. Yeah, so that's a good point. If you don't need them in the compensation, you can remove them if you don't plan to fill them in later. That way we guarantee that the reduction to the total that you have here is actually a real reduction.
We
not
do
just a
have an
projected.
item coming up in the discussion of possible action on the compensation plan, so maybe we can talk in further detail about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But that's a question
save
that's
that one.
been on my mind. Okay.
Okay. We'll save
Sounds
that
good.
one. Okay. The next slide just shows the budget by function for 26-27. This is a comparison of the amounts, just showing our projected ending for 25-26, and we have that listed as projected because, of course, they're not final. We're still moving forward. Our audit, you'll see in a later slide, our auditors have already started asking us for information and reviewing our 25-26 books. So those are just projected final numbers for those functions. And then where we're starting with 26-27. You may wonder why the biggest change is to function 11 in the reduction. If you'll see also in a later item that function 11 has actually 50% of our entire budgeted expenditures. So in order to make the biggest impact, that's the function that holds the most on the expense side. So you can see there by the different functions where the changes are from year to year.
That's
Again,
that's
just
instructional.
preliminary. Correct, instructional.
Yeah, because like for the trustees, like that way with the functions, we'll have the titles next time. That would be really helpful.
Yeah, because we don't know a function value and it's just numbers. Like, what does that even mean? I don't
Right.
know.
And I actually had the list with me. I think I have it over there. But yes, I can provide that to
Yeah.
you guys.
See.
Okay. On the next slide, this shows our projected overview for 26-27. Again, this is just an overview of it. You'll see on tonight's meeting the actual discussion and action item for the 26-27 budget. This projected revenues and projected expenditures, of course, they're based on 14,000 student ADA count. The math is correct. All funds, this is all funds. This is including, I know in past presentations, we've excluded food service. This is including food service. This is including debt service. This is including everything. So right here, you'll show the difference between the revenues and expenditures is a $15 million deficit that we're looking at adopting later this evening. And that, of course, it's just a clear indication, of course, that we're not making crazy cuts to our students, and we're not affecting our students in our classrooms. We're trying to be conservative in those regards and just making the cuts that don't affect our students. Could it be more? Could it be less? Yes. But this is right now what we're proposing and what we're going to continue to study as the year goes on. Again, this is just an overview. There will be more detail later on with the action item. Okay. So our beginning fund balance projection to begin 26-27, again, non-audited estimated unassigned fund balance amount of $58,859,272. This calculates to about 115 days of fund balance. But again, projection non-audited. This could change because this amount is actually based on, if you'll see later with the actual budget amendment item that we are bringing for discussion and action, that is if we spend every single dollar that's budgeted for. So it could be less, on actual, I'm sorry, it could be more of a fund balance than 58 million that we're looking at once the audit is final, once all the journal entries and accounting has been done and the auditors have reviewed and given us the clear, stamp of approval on our 25-26 books. But this right now is just a projection to begin 26-27. 115 days of fund balance, still healthy. Optimum, of course, fund balance is 60 days or more. We like to keep 90. We're still doing well with 115 days based on this projection. This slide is just informational purposes only. It's been a while since Weslaco ISD has adopted a deficit budget, and we just wanted to show here that under Texas Education Code 44.004, we can adopt a deficit budget based on the law there, basically. And we recently heard a presentation from Moat Casey. You'll see in the next bullet there, Dr. Dan Huberty. All districts are facing these challenges. It really has to do with our basic allotment just not being enough to cover. Yes, we've made decisions in the past that have increased those expenditures. However, we can't deny that special ed, health insurance, utilities, property insurance, transportation, all these costs are constantly going up.
One quick
They
question.
have been our challenges. They continue to be our challenges. And this is something that we have to continue to study as we move forward into the new year.
I mean, I want to agree with you that, yes, you're right. There's nothing wrong with school districts accepting a budget that's in a deficit. But the main point is you declare that you're in one.
Correct.
That's the whole point. I'm speaking as a trustee. I'm not speaking on behalf of my other trustees. They can speak on their own. But me as a trustee is that you declare you're in one.
Correct.
Don't tell me you're not in one and then you are in one. All right? And that's the main issue here, because now we got to backtrack. Okay? And I don't want to disrespect other school districts and say that we're on the same boat, because we're not. Their boards were given falsified data or data that was inaccurate, okay? And so that's what I just want to be clear on as well. And I mean, because I know you're making statements here, but that really hits me at home, because I've been sitting here for 5 years. And out of some of those 5 years, I thought that we were just performing at a level not seen before, okay? And so that really hurts. That's why I take this one a little bit emotionally. And so I just want to declare that as well too. And this is perfectly fine what you're doing today. And I'm very proud of you, and I'm very glad that you're transparent. You and everyone else is putting this information out, because now we just got to get together and start moving forward, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our last slide of the public hearing just goes over that our external auditors, Carr, Riggs, and Ingram, have officially started the external audit process. They've already started requesting information, which hopefully we will jump on a lot faster once our budget is approved. Preliminary trial balance will be available probably early September, early to mid-September. That's normally when we'll know where these numbers stand. That's usually how long it takes them to review a good chunk of our information, and we'll have a better idea of where we stand around that time to end 25-26. That presentation will be presented to the Board of Trustees in November 2026. That would be the final. We don't anticipate any extensions this year, so November would be the date that it would come to you from the external auditors. And that's all I have for now. Any other questions, or did we want to?
Thank you for that information. At this time, I know that Mr. Selector brought up a good point about discussing possible action and stuff, so if there's anything related to that, we can hold off until we get to that particular, but in response to anything other than that, do you have anything to say?
Well, I do, but I wanted to start off with questions that I got from community members that asked, can you please ask this for us as tax-paying citizens of Weslaco? And I have them written down here. They asked me 3 or 4.
Okay.
So I'm just going to read them out to you, so that way, if people are listening, they can hear the response. Number 1 was, if concerns about the budget and ADA calculations were raised before we approved them last year, why didn't the district leadership independently verify the information instead of relying solely on the CFO?
Would anyone else like to answer that question?
It's community questions.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that would be any of the staff, because you were in a different role.
the CFO. I understand that. You were.
Yeah, we
you
let
were
the public know she wasn't, you weren't.
Yeah,
the
you were not the
CFO, man.
CFO at the time, but that's a community question. If the concerns were raised before we adopted the budget, why didn't the district leadership independently verify the information instead of relying solely on the CFO?
So, if I may
Yes,
answer
sir.
a couple of questions. So, anytime an issue was raised with any concerns, we were fully transparent with the whole team, especially during our cabinet meetings. As a CFO being present there, he was presented with the questions or any concerns that were brought forth immediately. We acted on them immediately. The CFO did bring forth documentation. He brought forth a breakdown of information where we were at to justify where those questions were at.
Okay.
So that is what was presented to us as a team, where everything pretty much added up
All
as
right.
we were there.
Thank you for that. Number 2, they asked me, is this a CFO issue, or does it reflect a failure of leadership oversight and accountability? Because as we've seen, there has to be checks and balances. We have to verify that the information is correct. And a lot of it has to do with trust. Do I trust what the person is telling me? Even if I do trust them, we should have a system in place where we can check and verify, right? And we do have an internal auditor, but at the time last year, we didn't ask the internal auditor, or it felt like pulling teeth for me, and I'm sure for some people on the board, asking, can you please check on this? Can you please look into it? Can you please look into it? And for months, it felt, we're a team. We're supposed to be a team with you guys. And it did feel like there was a breakdown of how systems are supposed to work to check. So I guess I can answer that question myself. We know there was a breakdown of the system of checks and balances there that we need to really address. And number 3, how was inaccurate financial information able to influence millions of dollars in spending decisions, and what safeguards are now in place to prevent it from happening again? What are the safeguards that we have in place? Have we thought of a plan? How is this not going to happen again? How is it not going to happen next year? What are the safeguards?
Currently, we have a lot more hands and eyes on all the documentation, on the template, on the numbers. So it's always been a team effort, but I want to say it's a bigger team effort now. And there's quite a few of us that are all involved in this process. And it does not just come from one person. It is constantly being reviewed by multiple people. Of course, we go off the templates. We go off our best educated guesses, I guess you could say, on different items. But the majority of it is based on trends. It's based on analysis. We're not going with gut feelings. We're not going with hopes. We're going with actual numbers and where the templates tell us we're going.
Right. And the last question, and this is, parents like us, most of us are parents up here, with some of us have kids in the school district, and parents want to know out in the community, and this is another question, how can families trust district leadership when questions about the financial information existed before decisions affecting students were approved? I guess it's kind of like the first question, like how are we going to deal with the trust? How do I know that my child coming to Weslaco ISD is getting the best decisions? And that's for us as a board also. We have to really do our due diligence and our homework and read and look, but we're not accountants, we're not experts at this, we're just community members with full-time jobs, all of us, and who have to read through hundreds of pages to understand, and I'm sure it's a lot for you guys too, of course. But what can we tell the parents who are listening, who want to know that we can trust the leadership and that the board is, doing everything correctly and not making these mistakes again for this coming year?
I think in a similar response to my previous response, that's more eyes and ears, I guess you could say, on all the data. And we are all working collaboratively on this entire process.
All right.
It's not just, one or two people. We're working closely with the budget team, administrators, principals. Everyone is involved in a lot of these decisions that are being made.
Yes.
And
And
I
I
think-
would have expected that last year.
And I think
Also.
more than that too, communication. We're open to meet with people. People have questions, come in. Our doors are open for our community. And again, we understand we've been through a lot too. But I think as Mrs. Rodriguez said, I can tell you the one thing, trust but verify. That is something that we discuss an awful lot amongst ourselves as we're working through each of these situations or scenarios.
Yes, definitely. And like I said, we would expect that last year, this year, every year. Now, my last question as a former educator, I'm looking at the budget reductions on slide number 5, where it has the salaries, the departments, the student allotments. Now, we keep saying that it's not going to affect students, and it's not going to affect students, but a lot of these areas, how is it not going to affect students if we're taking money away from CTE and fine arts and advanced academics and all these, athletics? How is it not going to affect students?
What we're doing with a lot of those allotments is we're going off the template and we're trying to stick to it. Of course, we don't hold back. If we need to exceed that allotment, we definitely will. That allotment is based on the 55-45 percentage rule, where 55 goes to that allotment, 45 goes to the district and revenue. If we exceed the 55%, by all means, it's there.
Okay.
So, but we are working with these different departments and getting those allotments more in line with their expenses.
Okay, so this coming school year, if we hear as board members from people, they took this away from my kids, they took this away, kind of like what we were hearing at the end of the year last year with the budget concerns. If that happens, where they're saying, we need this, they took it away, we don't have this anymore, we don't have supplies, we don't have whatever, there can be,
There can be, it would just be a reduction of the revenue end for the district.
revisions to all that. All right, sounds good. Those are all my questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Appreciate
you're
it.
welcome.
Okay.
Okay,
Doctor?
thank you, Jack. Mrs. Susaita? Let the record reflect that Dr. Jaime Rodriguez joined the workshop at 6:07 p.m. And I know you didn't get to see the presentation, but you've been looking at information that's been disseminated and stuff. Do you have anything
Right.
that you'd like to?
No, I know it's been a work in progress, and I know there's, been some issues we've had to work through, but, going to trust, that the plan that's set in place moving forward is what we need, now, and thank you for all the hard work y'all have been doing.
Thank you, sir. Coach Edna?
Those were good questions, Jackie. And I think we all got some of those questions, because those were asked.
Okay, Mr. Los Santos?
Yes. Yeah, I guess this is the time. I just did want to clarify a few things. When we're looking at internal breakdowns, right? Because that's what you had. The Weaver report, like I said, identifies the fact that data coming to the board was inaccurate, right? But more importantly, it also identifies that the whistleblower in his department that reached out was right? That they were 100% factual as far as to kind of what was the concerns that were happening, okay? That they were making outcries, continuous outcries for multiple years, stating that data going to the board was inaccurate, using the ALIO system, which is our financial system, using actual hardware, using actually reports from our system showing you have $20 million deficits. And yet, at the end of the day, I understand the CFO came and said, well, trust me, or whatever the statements are, right? The discussions and the statements are, well, that's what they told us, so we followed that. But that internal breakdown there, where you have an individual with actual documentation from the ALIO system versus someone that has their own interpretation or projected budget, right? Those are key words that people in the public get confused by. Projections, unaudited. What that means is not 100% factual, right? I've learned that the hard way. And so that's kind of where we want to say, well, we understand you can't be perfect, but you need to try. And especially when it comes down to payroll. See, my thing is if you look at the Weaver report, it says that $30.9 million last year was moved, right? How does an internal structure, or we say, well, only one person moved $30.9 million. How does that happen where there is a complete breakdown and money's being transferred from accounts to accounts? Right, and we're moving monies, consolidating from these accounts, and we're switching them over, right? And in the Weaver report, it does say they were being disclosed as construction funds and things like that, but there's documentation, signatures, and processes that take place. I just want that. I don't want ever to happen what happened to me here to ever happen to anybody down the line, that's sitting in the seat, right? Because this isn't mine. It's going to be somebody else's one day. And I don't want them to ever fall into this situation, because it's tough, especially when you love your community, your taxes, all those kids, and you know what's coming, right? We can sit here and say that everything's fine and we're going to knock it out of the ballpark, but when you have $160 million in payroll and $169 million in revenue, that's going to be a real tough challenge and hurdle to jump, right? So that's all I wanted, was the honesty and transparency since July 2025, what happened and how do we make sure to fix it, at least internally, and make sure it never happens again. Because, Sutaita, when she was asking those questions, brought up a good point. You did have a whistleblower coming to executive level administration, right? She's being honest. These are the questions she's getting from the community. How do we trust again? Mm-hmm. And that's all about you fixing internal structures and whatnot. And the other thing is the checks and balances. So I already talked about that. The inaccurate financial data, but I think I already honed up on that one with that. And the budget reductions. That's a really big one for me, right? And for the budget reductions, like I said, our staff is reaching out because they can. They may be employees and have employee ID numbers, but regardless of their position and their salaries or their hourly wage, they're all taxpayers, right? They have an ownership in this school system, whether it's and even their kids and their grandkids walk through these doors. So when they're reaching out saying, I'm not going to be able to make it on these cuts, or I'm going to really, I doubt it's really going to follow through, that's something that we need to listen to as trustees, right? Because we're supposed to listen to over 2,500 employees in a sense when they have outcries, not just a select few. And so that's why I've been questioning these cuts to departments, right? I just don't, and even the salaries, like she said, how do we know they're still in the compensation plan, that they're not gonna get filled? If they're not gonna get filled, remove them. Also, with retirements and resignations, and I'm gonna get to my opinion on that 20% buyout, I want to publicly state, because I had a lot of phone calls, I did not know that was going to happen. I was not informed that was going to happen, that initiative was going to take place, okay? And I'll give my opinion later when it comes up on that. But how do we know, what guarantee, I don't even know anything about that initiative. So I approve, and I'm just going to hit it right now. I approve a resignation by somebody, they get paid 20% on their salary, they make $100,000, they get a 20% buyout, and how do I know that they don't get picked up again in October? The position was still unfilled and I didn't get another job, so I reapplied and I got hired. How do we know that's not going to take place? What kind of safeguards we're putting into place? You resign, you take a 20%, but then you can't reapply. Because some of the positions are crucial, So food for thought, right? Mm-hmm. Those are all things that I see that are kind of concerning as a trustee that's responsible to be a steward of the taxpayer dollar, right? So thank you.
Thank you for that. But again, this will be something that might be, it can be addressed in general, on projections. How are we doing with the enrollment thus far? Are we starting to look like it's gonna hit what we're looking at, or does it not really max till after school starts?
That's correct.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon or good evening, Mr. Cuellar. Right now, I believe we were at 87%. For registration, right? We are still, I know I send the principals a message or a forward by email. We're still about 16, almost 1,700 students short from registering. Mostly those students are at the secondary level, high school students, right? They usually wait until that first or second week before school starts. And then we are still missing some of our new students as well. We are about 800 students short in new. However, most of what we've seen registered, the new students usually register, like our pre-K babies, right before the school begins, right? I think A lot of the times, I don't know if it's a pre-K 3, mamas sometimes feel they're still babies or not potty trained or so on, right? So they have all summer to think, and then they register on that week of early registration, the one we have towards the end of July. That's when we see our new numbers go up.
Thank you for that information, and I brought it up because, that when you talk about these projections that we talked about, it's based on stuff that we've experienced through the years, and we have to start school year on something, and I think it's a calculated thing, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that we'll hit that and even do better once school gets going. So we'll keep the faith and keep the trust, and as always, you're going to have our support to ensure that we do everything possible to get what we need to get, and meet those goals. So thank you very much for that. Anything else? Okay. With that said, now we go to item 4. And do we have any public comments on the proposed budget?
At this time, it's open to public comments, but only for the public hearing budget presentation. And if there's nobody, then
We have none?
that's it.
Thank you. Adjournment?
So moved.
Thank you. The time now is 6:22, and this workshop is adjourned. Are we ready to start the regular board meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do I have to go through the formality of the thing? Okay. Good evening. I'm Armando Cuellar Jr., Vice President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This board meeting is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this board meeting has been posted online for at least 3 business days prior to the meeting date. The time now is 6:23, and I will call this board meeting to order. We'll now begin the roll call for each board member by name. Mrs. Jacqueline Sustaita?
Present.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez?
Present.
Myself, Vice President, present. Mr. Nieto is not. Mr. Castillo, who cannot be here. Coach Eddie Serra,
Present.
and Mr. Marcos de los Santos.
Present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum present, and now we will begin our meeting. Invocation number 3, Dr. Rivera.
Yes, Mr. Diaz-Trevino?
Yes. Let us bow our heads and let us pray. Heavenly Father, our Lord Jesus Christ, we come before your throne of glory to honor, praise, and glorify you. Thank you for your faithfulness and protection over the lives of our students, staff, and families. We thank you for the blessing of gathering once again as a corporate body and the privilege to serve this most beautiful community of Weslaco. We ask you to continue to bless and grant greater wisdom to our superintendent, Dr. Richard Rivera, and our board. You have called us to serve others through the gifts we have received from you. May your will be done in our board meetings. Help us to maintain integrity in what you have left in our care. Our decisions have lasting impact in our boys and girls. As the 25-26 school year has come to a close, grant us wisdom to make 26-27's WISD's greatest year. We pray your hand of blessing and protection be upon all our students and staff during the summer so that all may return safely in August. We ask also that your peace that passes all understanding may flood the hearts and minds of the Calvillo family in the passing of a longtime friend, teacher, and administrator of WISD, Mr. Joe Calvillo. His dedication to the boys and girls of Weslaco ISD will continue to have generational impact. We ask you all this in your precious, glorious, and mighty name of Jesus, and everyone says, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Lee. Item 4, Pledge of Allegiance, Dr. Rivera.
Yes, Mr. Butler?
Good evening. At this time, would everyone please stand, place their right hand over their heart, and face the United States flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'd ask everyone to remain standing, right hand over their heart, and face the Texas flag. honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mr. Butterman. We've already addressed 5, so we go to item 6, public comments.
We had one person sign up, Isabel Marble, but I tried to contact her by email and by phone, and there was no response. So if she's not in this room, then there is none.
Are we on?
They're not here.
No.
No public comments? Okay, thank you. Item 7, presentation. Dr. Rivera?
Yes, Mr. Aguilar.
Good afternoon, Coach Cuellar, Dr. Rivera, members of the board. Before you, you do have a presentation. This is just a Weslaco ISD bond and utilization of fund balance monies for construction projects. This is a brief informational, just to give you an update of how many projects we've pretty much completed and what's in progress right now and how we're moving forward. Just a slight rationale that we do have on the second page. I know prior to 2023, I know Dr. Rivera started with us in January 23. We had been stagnant for quite a bit. We hadn't really done much as far as building maintenance or modernization of facilities until we started off utilizing a lot of our fund balance monies until the bond was passed at the end of 2023. Therefore, an infusion was done, with our fund balance reserves as well as a fund balance. Just wanted to update you on some of the projects that we've had. And again, it's just a brief overview on what we have, and we numbered them. You're going to see towards the end, there's some in the design phase, and then just to give you an update on that. So what you have is, number 1, you're going to have the Weslaco High School and Weslaco East High School baseball and softball synthetic field turf. You can see the beautiful fields that we have there. On the very top, you see both the girls and the boys, as well as the bottom. That project was completed. Number 2, the turf replacement at the district stadium was also another project that we has taken place. Followed by that, then we're moving into our billboard. Excuse me, I jumped a bit. Our billboard LED digital conversion. That was a project that we also took on, got that completed, and it's come along very well. It does allow it provides many benefits, not only to the district, but as well as to our community. Continuing, we do have multiple tracks. We had Weslaco East High School synthetic turf replacement and track resurfacing. As you can see there at Weslaco East High School, we have the football stadium scoreboard installation. That was at Weslaco East High School, followed by the new baseball and softball field scoreboards and structures. Structures were also a big item for us that we needed to address. This was at Weslaco High School and Weslaco East High School. You see all 4 of them were done brand new. Weslaco High School and Weslaco East High School retractable basketball goals. That was another project that we took on. We had Lackey Stadium LED lighting upgrades. As you saw, that take place during the football season that we have in place. We also had a project that we did initiate where we purchased 2 ultra luxury liners and 2 transit activity buses, which we do use quite a bit, and we have racked up a lot of mileage on them because our students, we have traveled quite a bit with them, but they have come in very useful for all our students and events. We also have our middle school running tracks at Central. Dr. Armando Cuellar, Mary Hogue, and B. Garza. These were some initial pictures that we had, but we had them completed. We also had, this was also part of a donation from the Margot family, as well as a project for Dr. R.E. Margot Elementary School. This was a new marquee. Weslaco High tennis court improvements and the status where we're at. We're ready to pave already. It does take about 28 days to get it cured. However, with the recent rains, everything has been put on hold. But that's where we're at right now with this project. We also had 13 play areas and canopies for the pre-K and our special needs students at all our elementary schools. And there's a sample of what we have with all these projects. Followed by security vestibules at Weslaco East High School, Beatriz B. Garza Middle School. These are some of the vestibules that we're completing towards the end. Many have already been finalized. Followed by additional vestibules that we have at the Memorial Rodolfo Rudy Silva, Justice Gonzalez, and Joe Calvillo Jr. Kate Complex. Central Middle School gym demolition. We're going to be providing some updates on that, on the status moving forward, but that has been completed. Moving forward with Susan M. Peterson Performing Arts Center, the lighting upgrades. That's also another project that has been completed. Panther and Wildcat Stadium chairlift. This was also one that needed to be redone and completed. That has also taken place. What you have here are student restroom improvements at Dr. R.E. Margo Elementary School and Beatriz Garza Middle School. You see a lot of the work that's currently taking place as we speak. We've also had roofing improvements at Collector Held Elementary School and Tony Rico Elementary School. These were some of the projects that we had. Some were tested by the recent rains, but I know the vendor contractors have been on top of those projects. Roofing improvements at Dr. R.E. Margo Elementary is also taking place. We do have HVAC district-wide controls and upgrades also taking place within the district. We have HVAC improvements at Dr. Armando Cuellar Middle School that are currently underway as well. We have HVAC upgrades at Memorial Elementary, Airport Elementary, and Northbridge Elementary. Right now, we are on par with Memorial Elementary to be completed by or before August 1st. We're on track with that one. We'll provide some more updates where we're at with the other schools. On the HVAC system replacement at the Aquatic Center, this is a pool area. This is another project that we've been working on. District-wide fencing, we are meeting our mandates with HB2 as far as the district-wide fencing, the anti-scaling, and moving forward, not only at the elementary, at the secondary campuses. That's more information. The district-wide safety and security window film, that's also another compliance mandate that we have finalized and we are working through. District-wide film anchoring, another mandate that we have finalized through our mandates with safety and security. The storefront doors and entryways that we have at Dr. R.E. Margo Elementary School, Rodolfo Rudy Silva Elementary, and Justice Raul Gonzalez Elementary School. We have fire alarm upgrades at PFC Mar Rivera Elementary and Weslaco East High School. We have others that are currently underway as well. Kitchen improvements at Tony Rico Elementary School and Collector Held Elementary School. Those are going to be underway as we move forward. District fuel station tanks replacement at the Lorenzo Aguilar III Transportation Complex. These were in dire need, and those were replaced. You see the new tanks. We also have wrought iron fence improvements along Panther Drive at Weslaco High School, as you can see with those projects. We also, the new construction at Pete Abrego Agriculture Science Facility that has been board approved, and we're moving forward with that one. We also have the fine arts facility improvements at B. Garza Middle School and Mary Hogue Middle School that are underway. As you're seeing these next that are either under design, many of these projects are either going to under design. There's roughly about 15 that are coming up. They're currently out for bids, or we just recently received some contracts. That's where we're at with these upcoming projects. Weslaco High School and Weslaco High School Band Directors Towers. We did have also an update through our Channel 5. They also did a special on this one. Weslaco High School Sepulveda Gym building envelope. This was due to a lot of water intrusion. You're going to see some aesthetic design changes on the outside because they needed to make some additional changes. Weslaco High School and Weslaco East High School band storage buildings. As you can see, this is under the design phase. Security vestibule at Central Middle School and Airport Elementary School. You see some here in the design phase. The Weslaco High School swimming pool facility that we have, that one has already been completed and it's ready to go out for bids. And that's where we're at with this one. We have student restroom improvements at Memorial Elementary School and Northbridge Elementary School under design. Roofing improvements at Big Garza Middle School, so you can see under design. Roofing improvements at Central Middle School that are currently under design as well. Roofing improvements at Mary Hogue Middle School, also taking place. HVAC improvements at Central Middle School and Weslaco East High School. You see these also taking place, moving forward with that. Some more HVAC improvements at Weslaco High School. We also have here HVAC improvements at Mary Hogue Middle School, along with HVAC improvements at Big Garza Middle School. Fire alarm upgrades at Dr. R.E. Margo Elementary School and Central Middle School. Weslaco East High School drainage improvements. We also have drainage improvements at Memorial Elementary, Joe Calvillo Kate Education Center. So we've also, these are a lot of the projects that, like we said, are underway, have been completed, under design, out for bids, or we just recently received some contracts and moving forward with them. As we move forward, you know, we do face our challenges, but we also welcome feedback to make sure that we adhere to the legal and ethical guidelines aligned to our Weslaco board policy with our procurement and our projects. Weslaco ISD is an excellent school district, and we're proud of the following accomplishments that we've also, you know, achieved. Among the highest academic scores in Region 1 compared to the districts in our region, strong athletic, academic, and fine arts student programs, improved district facilities and infrastructure upgrades. We maintain one of the lowest tax rates in Region 1. We have competitive salaries. We're not looking at any job cuts and no school closures. We have appropriate certification for all educators. We do follow Lone Star governance, and we focus on student outcomes. We have continued investment in safe schools by reducing student bullying and fighting, increased security cameras, access control doors, anti-scaling fencing, armed security guards, and our vestibules, as you just recently saw. Increased mental health training and strengthened partnerships with local agencies, and increased teacher incentive allotment designations and expansions. So again, this is just a brief overview on several of the projects that we have done and we're continuing to move forward with. And as well, just wanted to, you know, highlight some of the positive outcomes that we've had here at Weslaco ISD. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much for that presentation.
Yes, sir.
Sutaita?
First of all, I wanted to let you know, when I first saw this presentation today, and I started going through the pictures, I thought, wow, this is awesome. You know, there's so many things going on in the district, and this is all for the kids. This is all for, it's for them. Everything that we're doing here, it's for them. So it's very nice to see that all that's going into investing in our kids, whether it's the academics or the safety or the sports, everything here is awesome. My question was, I wrote these notes down, and I asked this because my own kids go to East, and I know a lot of kids go to East. The vestibules over at East, I saw them here. It's been going on for a while. I mean, it's been like since last year. When are we supposed to be finishing up with that Weslaco East vestibule?
You have the latest status on
Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Staita. And so that vestibule, all we're pending is the access controls portion of it. Everything is pretty much complete with the exception for that. As a matter of fact, I got an update today, and they're scheduled to come in anytime this week to get that wrapped up and work through it. If they don't have any of the materials or the parts, then they'll continue next week. But for sure, within the next couple of weeks or so, we'll wrap it up.
Okay, so it'll be ready for the beginning of the school year.
Yes.
What other vestibules have yet to be finished other than the East one?
So we've got vestibules at Rico, Kleckler that are still pending, Northbridge, and Weslaco High School, and Mary Hogue.
And those will be done by also the before the beginning?
We haven't gotten into the design portion of it. Those are the ones that haven't been touched at all. The ones that are pending construction are Airport and Central Middle School at this time.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mary Hogue does have that vestibule is already in place. You have to do the double entries that you have on there.
The double entry, okay. And then another question, and I ask this again because my kids go to Easton because they're athletes, and I know Coach Goyad is here. I know I've talked to Mr. Garza about this. The HVAC in the locker rooms, I believe, it is hot in there. Have we gotten an update? Because it's been a while too, that there's no HVAC for the athletes that are sweating up in there in the locker rooms.
Yes, so currently we have a contractor already on board for the project for HVAC for East High School. However, we're trying to make sure that we repair those areas that are needing the HVAC right now. And we've already ordered parts and components for those. My understanding is that those are custom made. The order had been placed already within the past couple of weeks or so. We just need to follow up and make sure that we get them in and get them installed. But that's already underway, the process to get those units going.
So when would be the expected date to see this done with?
I don't have an exact date, but I suspect that within 2 weeks or so, at the latest 3. And again, because I don't have an exact time of delivery for those coils, which is actually the coils for the units that need to be replaced.
Okay.
Yes.
I know Coach Cuellar is here, Dr. Gamboa. Are the kids still going in there right now during summer for, weight room and all that right now?
Yeah, they're currently all in there, but I know Mr. Medical and I know Desi, they've done a great job as far as trying to review some of the stuff, bringing in extra fans, bringing in cooling units,
Portables.
Like that to help, with the cooling and stuff like that. But
Okay.
I know we have been in constant communication regarding.
Okay.
So the weight room is a different area. And so that one, we're hoping to get that one up and running a lot sooner.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know about any other schools, but I do hear about East all the time because my kids are there. But if there's any other schools, that are needing it, I'll appreciate you guys letting us know. But Thank you. I appreciate the communication between both of you. All right. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez.
No, thank you for the presentation, highlighting a lot of the great things that are going on. Are these all the projects within the bond projects, or are there still other ones that aren't listed on here?
We're having some others that are coming underway. These are the latest ones that we wanted to keep you, abreast of that we're currently working through. But again, it's a combination of our local fund balance and our bond. It was just to give you a brief overview of what that we have in place.
Okay, yeah, great.
But we're moving fast and furious with the other ones as well.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Coach Carla?
Yeah, good to see that the swimming pool at WHS is going to come down. Is that what I saw correctly?
Yes, sir. That is
That's going
correct.
out for bids?
It's out for bids, yes.
Yeah, and I know I was there last week, and I'll talk more a little bit about that All-Star game that we had there, but there is a lot of stagnant water there. And I don't know if we treat the water or are we planning to pump some of that water out of there? Because I know that's what we used to do back in the day.
We're going to pump it out, Coach.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, because I don't know if we're treating it or not for mosquitoes and stuff. The other thing, I noticed the flat ground. Is there a plan for that flat ground around the perimeter, around the baseball field? It seems like it's more noticeable at Weslaco East. Along the dugouts, there's mud going into the turf, and that's not too good for it. So, and I know it also happening at High because of the way the ground is graded up this way, and nothing was ever done to level that or something. I don't know if it's on the radar for that or not.
That's the one.
We talked about it early, way back.
So that one's through our drainage improvements that we've been working on, and we're looking at that working to address those before, we don't want to cause any damage to our fields. So that's something that we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I think
to the turf.
both fields. I think at Wesco East, they worked on it a little bit, but at Wesco High, I still noticed that just dirt.
Okay. Yes.
And it's not sloped, it's sloped towards the field.
Okay.
So I think both fields need to be addressed.
Yeah, so we're addressing the areas with coming in with the pool. So part of the delays had been the grading too and where to push the water. We want to make sure it doesn't go back into the tennis courts or the baseball field. So that's what kind of delayed the design a little bit. But we finally got that going through the engineer. We want to make sure that the water gets pushed out towards Panther Drive.
Okay. But on the other side, I do want to highlight something here, Wesco ISD. Last week we held 3 all-star games here. There was softball and there was 2 baseball games at each high school, and nothing but compliments. So our facilities are top-notch, and it was just good to see that over at least 2,000 people, spectators, players, and it was great to see our kids, our Weslaco High, Weslaco East kids, play in their home turf one more time before they're gone. So to college. So it was good to see that, and I'm just grateful that we do have facilities like that. So appreciate that.
Real quick, Eddie, on the baseball field, Weslaco High, I know our maintenance department have already, I'm going to start putting cobblestones in the entrance to the turf, because that's where we're getting not the damage, but the turf is getting muddy. So we're already doing that. There's plans for that already.
Yeah. I think I noticed it more at East that day. I was
Yeah,
there.
East has been taken care of. The softball field, Weslaco High has been taken care of. I think
Good.
East softball as well. We just need Weslaco High baseball, and
That's a
getting
big investment.
Yeah, that's getting ready to get done.
Other than that, good to see that all our middle school tracks are complete.
Yes, sir.
That look,
Thank you. Great presentation and an update on the projects as well. And I'd like to kind of tone in on and piggyback off what you had just said. I mean, the reality is, and I've said it before, if you look at the data, Weslaco ISD is the most competitive educational institution we have here in town. When you look at numbers and you look at populations and comparisons, right? That's even other charters as well too.
Yes, sir.
You get your best 100, we get ours, and we'll see where we land, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's how because we service everyone in our community, regardless of challenges. Every single child we accept through the doors, and not everybody can say that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I'm very proud of that, and you and all the work that you all do, and all these kids and everything. You all doing a great job as setting the standard. One of the things I just want to piggyback off of Trustee Sustaita, that those access controls and those delays, if you could just provide the board a description and as to what are the delays. Like I know you said sometimes it may be parts, or is it the company, et cetera. The board also is responsible for the bond, right? Because we're out there and we told the public to trust us with it, along with the superintendent administration. And so we're responsible to oversee that too, and ask those questions. Okay, if it's a company, is it a person, is it parts and controls? The other thing is too, HVAC. Great. I also hear a lot of concerns. So I'd like a list as well too, or the board as a whole, if we can get a list of HVAC and what campuses have coolers or portable units, those type of things. What campuses or areas in certain campuses, elementaries, middle school and high, that need fans and things like that. If that's a situation, I'm not saying it is, but if it is, I'd love a list. I think the board, we should have one, right? So I don't want the public to think that that's something that we're dealing with. And then restrooms for sure. I know that renovations, just an update, a detailed on which campuses are still pending those. I know there was elementaries that were built, years ago and have infrastructure that needs updating and things like that, as far as drainage and sewage and whatnot. And then just the interior renovations. I know that was a process. So that's kind of what I'm really concerned too. I want these kids to have the best facilities in the classroom and all the auxiliary facilities they need too. So we can get a list of that. That way, when we come back in August, we come back well informed. But thank you for everything, the presentation, the information.
Thank you, and thank you to the board for supporting us.
Americo, one more
Okay.
thing. On the air conditioning over at Weslaco East, that facility, are there any other problems happening because of that condensation, or, where the HVAC's not working properly? Do you see any other problems, or?
No, it's just component malfunction.
But, sometimes when you have condensation in a building, it may create mold or something we don't have anything like that, do we?
Correct. No,
Going
not
on?
at this time. I know that when there's any concerns, we go out and look at it. Now, if it's mainly the HVAC that's the concern, or any outside air, humid, moist outside air that's coming in, and so when you have the difference in temperature with the cold air, it condensates on the walls and so forth. So we look at that right away. I know that if there's anything that's reported, which I believe Coach mentioned something about concerns on a wall or something like that. We go out there and look at it.
How long has that been going on, though, at Weslaco East?
I just heard about the possible potential issues with any growth or anything like that.
Weslaco High doesn't have any
I
problems,
have
a new
not heard
facility,
anything,
a new?
no. We're addressing anything that's happening in the gymnasium, which is where we had the main concerns of water intrusion. Yes.
Right, for many years.
Yes, and as soon as we get any complaint, we've shared that with the principals. As soon as a matter of fact, at our last principals meeting, they're very good about letting us know, and we do deploy our staff out there to go out there and take care of those needs. And, we try to get it as soon as we can, but we do provide all the support, make sure students have what they need, staff have what they need, and we order everything. But same thing, if there's any concerns with any questions, If they're noticing anything out of the ordinary, we do also have our own control system within where they go and assess a facility to make sure that we act on it right away and do whatever we need to do. But I do thank the principals, I do thank the board for supporting us on that, and they're very good at following up and letting us know and, you know, keep us posted. And our maintenance department, they're excellent. They work with us.
No, and I bring it up because I know in the past at Weslaco High, we had that problem. And even equipment was getting moldy that was in storage, but, okay. No, thank you so
One more
much.
thing by Dr. Rodriguez.
Jackie, you want to say something?
I was just going to ask, with the recent rains that we've had, we don't have any structural damage with, water coming in through the roofs or anything like that? Are we good?
We did have some roof leaks, and we did get tested at Kleckler Health, and we did follow up with the vendor because that was a recent new roof. But that was, they're working through that and identifying those needs. One of the things that we did discuss with the principals just recently, they're also very good at documenting anything that we have to submit as claims or whatever. I know we had a mishap also with one of our contractors at Margo Elementary, and principal did a wonderful job, kept us up to par right away, took pictures. So they're working very closely with us to make sure that we submit everything that we need.
So you guys have a system in place that
Yes, ma'am.
something happens? Okay,
Yes.
that's good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we involve our risk management and everything.
Okay, thank you,
Okay,
Doctor.
thank
I
you.
also wanted to highlight, if you give us some more information, a lot of good things going on, and during the summer with the summer meals, how's that coming along? I know we've been doing that, and I know a lot of families are definitely struggling. How long is that program going to be in place?
So the program in place, I don't have the latest update, how long we're gonna go on it, but Ms. Gracia, if I'm not here right now. But any adjustments that we have to make for the meals, depending on the serving where they're at, if they do tend to go down, I know Ms. Gracia has asked if she can shift it over. We don't close it down, we just shift it over to different locations.
Good.
But we've gotten wonderful feedback. I know there was a story out there on Channel 5, but we're continuing to move forward with that.
Great job.
Provide those meals for our
Yeah.
families.
Great job. Thank you for doing that.
And I just want, Coach Cuellar, remember way back when we had an issue with a lack of HVAC, where we started to have staph infections because of the humidity and all that? Are we making sure and taking preventive action so that everything is sanitized after we use them to avoid that, or?
Yes.
Are we okay?
Like I said, I've been in contact with Mr. Rodriguez, Dr. Gamboa, Mr. Garza, regarding these things. They moved on it quickly. We had custodians that clean up the walls frequently where the issues were going to occur, for the first time. And, we're on it about making sure our kids are they stay ventilated as far as the building that they're entering. We had some issues last week with the weight room. They fixed it right away. It was our first day back because we got the rain Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It malfunctioned the AC in the weight room, and then by today we came back and our AC was functioning. The humidity wasn't as bad as it was last week. So
Okay, just stay on top of that so that we don't have any issues, so be aware.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. And again, thank you to the board for supporting us with all these projects and endeavors moving forward. Thank you very much.
You guys are
Thank
doing
you.
an outstanding job, Dr. Rivera.
Thank you.
You run that ball well, so.
Yes, well, thank you.
Keep it going.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 8, consent items. Have y'all had a chance to look at all these items yet, or are we ready to go?
I have a question.
Pat?
Which one? Coach Wett.
Yeah, I have a question on the first item. I really don't want to pull it or anything. I just want clarification from Coach Rodriguez. Can you give us a rundown of the out-of-valley trips for athletics? Because I don't want to get too specific on this, but just to clarify to our public and
You want the process or who's?
just what is that we cover for out-of-valley trips?
Got it.
What's our
So-
policy?
So if a program chooses to travel out of the valley, right, for a regular season game, moving forward, the program will be responsible for funding the travel because they're deciding they want to play in San Antonio, Laredo, Corpus. Now, any program that qualifies for by district, regional area, hopefully state, the district department will fund that travel right there. But if they choose to go just for like a up and down trip for a regular season game, then the coach and the program, they're responsible for funding that
For
trip.
all- Like, I noticed one of the teams here, Weslaco High Volleyball, they're going to Three Outer Valley.
Yeah.
And they're all funded by the team, the boosters.
Yes, yeah, so they did not qualify for the playoffs, it's just a regular season game, so
But
they
these
will
are,
be.
these are to start the year.
Yeah.
They're gonna go to these Outer
Non-district
Valley.
games, yeah. So again, it's the coach's discretion. If they choose to do this, well, then you're on your own, right? But
Do
if
we
qualify-
pay for at least one?
No, we do. If it's gonna be out of valley travel, they're gonna pay for everything.
Okay, all right.
Right.
Just to clarify that.
Okay. Well, and did you mention, I don't know if I missed it, so is that always been the case, or no? We used to fund
No,
them?
that's never been the case. We've always funded
At
one.
least one.
One out of valley. But so many programs want to also try and compete outside, and it's challenging to fund everything 100% when it's just a regular season game.
See, I understand the concern about cost, but when we say these budget cuts aren't going to affect students, this is what I mean when I say they are going to affect students, because the less we have the kids going out there to play against other teams, well, we know what that means, right? The less competitive and experience you have with these teams up there. So when we say this is not going to impact the kids, and it's not your fault, I am not totally blaming you, but the budget cuts are affecting the kids in some way or another. And this is just athletics. I mean,
Not
we
even
still have
fine arts.
academics and fine arts and all these other things that are very concerning. So, I don't know.
It's just the trouble of having, like, for me, like hearing that, because I heard it, I kind of, I understood the outcries, but I kind of was, is this true, right? And that's kind of the concerning part, the boosters, hearing parents that are already participating in so many different ways and making such an investment, and yet they got to raise funds to send these kids. And even fine arts too, because I've heard it in fine arts also, right? Meals and things like that. Like, that's the reality. That's what I agree with Ms. Trustee Susaita. That's real, and that's real impact.
And also, but we still maximize our games, right? So
Yeah.
UAL gives us allowance how many games we can play at our tournaments. So at the end of the day, we're still competing, right? We're still playing. We're just not playing San Antonio, Corpus, Laredo, because more and more programs do want to try and compete. But what we do in athletics, hey, let's try to win here first before we
Right.
start competing
Well,
against the big
one
programs.
good thing is a lot of teams from upstate are coming
They're coming
down to the
down,
valley.
yeah.
Because I
And
know in
right.
basketball, baseball,
Yeah.
they come to McAllen. So we do compete against
Yeah.
teams from upstate, but we're doing it here.
And
So-
I'll give you another example. Like last year, we had a program that went to San Antonio to compete on an up and down trip on a Saturday, right? So this year, they're going to come down and play us,
Yeah.
right? Or we'll meet them halfway, but that's some cost
Yeah.
there too.
Some
But
compromise.
but our athletes are still competing. They're still maximizing their schedules. We're not that we're struggling with finding games, but it's just areas that we'll see what we can do
Yeah.
to help with the situation we're in right now.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Fleita, you gonna pull anything?
I would like to, I have two items. One is kind of more for informational, and the other one I would like to pull. The item that I would like some clarification on is on item 8E1A3. That's a real long.
Okay, what's that again?
8E1A3, and I guess this would be for Mr. Garlick. It has to deal with, it deals with the approval to renew instructional resources for math. And I believe this is the item with Blue Bonnet for math.
183.
8E1A3. And
What was the second one, ma'am?
And this one, I would just want clarification. The second one that I do want to pull out and just speak to you guys a little bit about is for under the Human Resources Department. That's AH1. Approval of the TASB Policy Update 127 Local.
Okay.
So I'll start with just the clarification, Mr. Garlick. Out of
Well, we'll
Oh,
pull
yeah,
those.
we're gonna approve, sorry,
Then we'll
got ahead of
vote and
myself.
then go again, but
Yeah.
no, just to make sure that I get this right.
Uh-huh.
Coach, can we,
Oh, he's gonna go down the
I
line.
also wanted to, I wanted to pull,
Well, let me finish this first.
okay.
Okay,
8E1
the number 8,
E
8E,
what is it?
And that's
Alpha,
what I'm
Bravo,
wearing
Charlie,
my
Delta,
hearing aids
Eight.
today. So I forgot about that. But still, okay, 8E,
8E, 1,
1,
A, like alpha, A, 3.
3.
8E, 1, A, 3.
That's that one, and then?
That's just for clarification. The one I do want to pull out is 8H.
H,
H.
as in horse,
As in horse, hot horse.
H1?
Just H. 8H.
8H.
By itself.
Yeah, 8H1.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Dr. Hammond?
I have none.
None? I have none. Okay, Coachella?
Yeah, I needed clarification, or maybe we need to pull it. 8G1.
8?
I'm sorry, 8G1.
8?
On safety and security. 8
G?
Yeah. 8 golf. Yeah.
golf. 8G1.
1. Okay, that one. And then Mr. Los Santos?
Mine's gonna be, I have just one, it's gonna be 8, J is in Jack, 3, A. 8J,
J.
8JA.
yes, 3A, yes.
Okay.
8J, 3A. Yes.
Okay, let's go down the list. Do we have a motion for the consent items with the exception of 8E1A3, 8G1, and 8JA?
It's gonna be
8H.
8H, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, with the exception of those,
And
do
it's
we have a motion?
J3A, correct?
Yes, sir.
3A.
J3,
Coach. That way.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent item agenda except for those items.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Staita and a second by Mr. Los Santos. Any discussion? Okay, those that approve, say aye.
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 Those that don't, motion carries. Now, let's go back to those items. Ms. Staita?
Yes, the item I wanted to first start off with, and this is just for clarification. It deals with Bluebonnet. It's for the approval to renew the instructional resources for math, reading, science, and social studies curriculum adoption. My question was, Mr. Garlick, the Bluebonnet curriculum, or the adoption, I don't have it in front of me, but I saw that TEA pays for the adoption, correct?
What it is they give us our funds, that they provide extra funds if you're using HQIM. And we have 2 grants. LASSO Cycle 3, which is how we did the elementary and middle school Bluebonnet training and materials. And now we have LASSO Cycle 4, which is additional training plus the materials for high school for Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry.
Okay, that was my question. So on some of the documentation you provided, there was an order. I think it was something to deal with student digital something. It was way at the end.
That was in the supplement. That was support materials for that.
Support materials.
Yes.
So TEA is not paying for this. We're paying for this.
Well, yes, but we can use, there's 3 fund buckets in IMTA.
Okay.
There's IMTA, there's State Board of Education, which you get for using high quality instructional materials like Bluebonnet.
Okay.
And then there's OER, which we can use to get the consumable materials. So we're using the SBOE, that second fund there, which TEA provides that money.
Okay. Now the new, I don't want to say the new curriculum, but let's say geometry, the upper grades, high school, they haven't used the Bluebonnet math
Right.
curriculum, right? So
we're
this
in
will be the first year?
The high school teachers had 2 days of their initial academy training, which we did that last week of school. We had PD days. We're doing training with the campus leaders over the summer, and then they will receive training similar to what the elementaries went through with internalization and all of that throughout the coming year.
Okay. Now, I did get a question from an educator who had concerns about this, and the question was, we haven't used the Bluebonnet curriculum in high school. Now, let's say that I'm a master teacher getting my TIA, based on, not on Bluebonnet, based on whatever they use for that.
Whatever they used before.
Right. So now the concern is, I've been a master teacher or a whatever, I forgot what this called. So
Recognize or exempt.
yes. So now that I'm going to be using a new curriculum, this Bluebonnet, what if that affects my scores with the kids, or there's concerns with the teachers from,
Your
what can we
TIA
tell them?
Your TIA designation is good for 5 years, so it doesn't change. So whatever I've earned now, that goes for 5 years.
Okay.
If I earn an improved one, let's say I'm not masters, I'm exemplary, one step below. If I improve that, the new one will restart that 5-year clock. But what you currently have is good for 5 years.
Okay.
So that will not change.
All right. Well, thank you for the clarification. Those are all my questions for that item.
You're welcome.
And then the second item that I did want to pull out and discuss is 8H, the Human Resources Department, the approval of the TASB Policy Update 127 local. And I know the TASB, which is the Texas Association of School Boards, they give us these policies, right? They're model policies. So are school boards required to approve all local district policies? And people who are not familiar with this, we have two types of policies on the board. We have legal policy, and then we have local policy. And a legal policy, it's from the state. It's the same for all the districts across Texas. They deal with state mandates, legislature, law. We cannot change legal policy. What's there is there. But the board does have the fundamental governing responsibility of revising or editing or customizing local policy to our district practices. And this policy here that TASB is just modeling is a local policy.
Correct.
So do we have to approve this? Not everything. This is local, but I was reading through the new policy that they want us, or it's optional, I guess, to approve.
Their recommendation.
Recommendations from TASB, because if we didn't, TASB wasn't there, TASB doesn't run every district. It's just a recommendation. But there was one that caught my eye specifically that I did not approve as a local policy, or that I would like to discuss with the board later, so maybe we can table this one. And it deals with the student welfare and student safety and misconduct, especially sexual misconduct. And it deals with the words like changing alleged abuse to you have to prove it before it's misconduct. And there's just certain little things in that local policy that DEI, other things that I wasn't in agreement with possibly. So I would like to discuss this one with the board a little bit more before. So maybe I don't know if I would like to table this item on the local policy until we can discuss it.
Okay.
And then whatever we decide for this local policy, we can bring back in the next time we meet, because there's some words in there that I don't necessarily agree with, especially when it comes to misconduct and sexual misconduct and that stuff.
Okay.
So I make a motion to table item 8H, the TASB policy update, until we can review it further,
Second.
and then we can
And then we'll take that up.
revise.
On item 8H,
Correct.
we have a motion by Mr. Staita to table the item, and a second by Mr. De Los Santos.
Yes, sir. And then,
Do we need to discuss this?
No, I would just like to maybe discuss it later on and then bring it back at the next meeting so we can look at the wording of the misconduct and things like
Is it
that.
appropriate to, at this time, go ahead and vote on? Okay. We have that motion and a second. Do we have a motion? Well,
Yeah.
let's just
We have a motion.
put it to approval. Does everyone that approves say aye?
We approved to table it.
right.
Yes,
Yeah,
the motion
table.
was to table it.
And do I have
I would
those that
second.
approve?
Yes.
You just need to take a vote, Coach.
Take a vote.
We already-
We're taking it to vote now.
Right.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay. Everyone approves, motion carries. So we will table item on the TASB policy. Next, Mr. Serra?
Yeah, no, just this one, I wanted some clarity on this. Is this in any way, I don't know, Mr. Reyna's not here today, but is this in any way going to affect the safety and well-being of our students or staff at their campus?
No, sir. So what we're doing, very good question, Coach, on that. One of the things is we do have armed security guards at all our campuses on there, but the good cause exemption allows us to make sure that if there is a need on there for a level 3 security guard, which right now we contract with L4 securities on the outside, they're considered that level 3, and they are armed, that we can also bring them on board. But we're still working with our SROs, we're still working with our security guards. Depending on counts and enrollment, we may need to make a few adjustments here and there, but the goal is to have armed security guards on the campuses. And of course, as the count goes higher, then we increase more of that security.
Our SROs are still in place?
That is correct.
So there's been no reductions in security guards, SROs, or armed security on the campuses?
So we've had some that have resigned or they've left. We're looking at some of the counts with our very low levels, but as far as looking at make sure that we have armed security guards, we are going to have. There might be some adjustments that we're looking through right now. But as far as having armed, we are going to be having armed on the campuses.
I think I'd be safe to say that the board as a whole would probably not want any reductions, regardless of the financial situation we currently have right now. I don't think anybody would want any reductions to security, like on those 3 levels for our kids.
Okay.
That's something that we just have to work around, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. That agency that you work with that comes in from the outside, who is Danny vetting that agency?
Yes, we vet them. We come in, we work with them. A lot of them are regulars that do come in. We work very closely with Mr. Chin. He's the one that oversees L4 program, and he works very well with us. So we do keep in constant communication with them to make sure that we have the services needed for our campuses.
Just wanted clarity.
Yeah.
Make sure we weren't like.
And we'll continue studying that. And we'll continue. We'll provide some updates on that as well.
Do you make a motion to?
Well,
Yes.
let's go through the others and then we'll take them all in.
Oh,
Yeah, there's one more, I think.
there's one more? Oh, yeah, that's yours.
Okay. Are you okay with the response?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Dos Santos?
H1, Human Resources Department. So this one, I wanted to bring it up, but like I said, informational as well, just a discussion item. I don't know the policies here with WISD, but I know that this is discussing overtime pay, right? And so what I wanted to bring up is, and ask and clarify is, I want to make sure that I know for a fact that we had a lot of calls, all right, about people saying, hey, I'm being given comp time versus time and a half and things of that nature to fulfill needs, and also as part of, like I said, something that was being discussed earlier, those budget cuts, right? And so not only affecting students, but affecting some of our staff, especially our hourly staff. That's a fact, right? Because I've gotten calls from all the different departments, nutrition, transportation, maintenance, et cetera, and I know others have too. So if they're getting comp time versus time and a half, how can you, I guess, what can you tell me to ensure that they're actually able to use it? And if they're not able to use it within this school year, does it roll over? Because I know in some school districts it's use it or lose it. Or sometimes they get cashed out at the end saying, well, you weren't given an opportunity to use your accrued comp time, so you get paid at the time and a half. So like, what are options here for our staff? Because I know that the year's coming to an end pretty soon, so.
So we always ask the employee to work with their immediate supervisor, and the goal is to have it used before the end of the school year. But if that doesn't happen, there are times when we do have to compensate the employee because, like you say, depending on the department, when are they going to be able to take it?
Right.
So that is an option. But again, we try to work with the employee and the immediate supervisor, like you need to schedule some time off for this employee so that they can take their comp time. And then I just want to clarify that comp time is also like time and a half.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they do, at the end of the year, if they say, hey, I acquired so many hours, I was able to use them, they do get cashed out for those.
Yes, or they can roll over depending on the balance, right? If it's something minimal, then we'll just roll it over till next year. But if it's like a large amount that we know it's not going to be used, then we go ahead and work with
Give them
them on
that option.
compensating them.
Okay. Thank
We
you.
look at wage and hour very carefully.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. We make sure that we work with our departments and our staff to make sure that we do take care of our employees.
Okay.
And we address the wage and hour, whether it's through comp time, time and a half, overtime. We look at that very carefully, not to make sure that, we don't get into any of those issues with our staff.
Thank you.
Okay,
That was it?
that's it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Motion
good.
to- yeah.
Well, now that we've had that discussion, Do we have a motion to approve 8E1A3, 8G1, and AJ3A?
Motion approved.
Okay, Mr. Dos Santos makes a motion to approve,
Second.
and a second by Mr. Coachella. Any discussion? Okay, take it to a vote. Those that approve say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Now we go to item 9. Discussion items. Dr. Rivera?
Yes. There's Lone Star with Dr. Cinto, and I think he's been giving some dates as to when we're gonna have this next meeting with him. So we'll keep you posted on that one. Whether it's July or August, we'll keep you posted.
I believe that we were given some information for
Yes.
August, and that's done.
Yes.
So maybe, I think something was mentioned
September?
about maybe September.
September.
But anyways, you'll have us
Yes.
posted on that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rivera.
Is this the item that we would talk about, like a July meeting? Because I would like a July meeting. I think that, as the board and the situations and the conditions, just to discuss, update, personnel,
Yeah.
critical positions.
Yes.
I think we should be here.
I know some people had asked me, or they mentioned, hey, there's open positions, but we already signed contracts with other districts, and I don't know if they're on the approvals list tonight or not, or whoever's on there. But if we don't approve them soon, those people who are coming in for whatever positions, they still have a contract with another district. If they are getting approved here, are we gonna have enough time to let them know yes or no?
I
For
think
July?
I think you gave me the discretion to go ahead and approve them.
Are we doing, okay.
Yes. But if you want a July meeting, I'm okay.
I think.
If this is
the
Well,
consensus.
if
Speaking for myself, I think as a trustee, I think I would like to be here. I know in the past we've given a blanket, we'll do what you need to do and we'll see you in August. But I think that, due to the circumstances and just everything, and as we're trying to go strong into August, we should have a July meeting for those that can make it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind coming either, as long as we're here.
We got hired for 12 months.
Yeah.
I guess to put it simply. And I think we should, for those that can.
We'll set one up.
Yeah. Like
So what is the
discussion.
date?
I know there's some people
The
aren't.
third- What date is it? The regular meeting's the 3rd?
20th? Yeah.
Does
July
that
20th.
give educators who might be picked up with this district enough time?
It's past their 45 days.
That would
It's
be,
usually
yes.
always the first week of July, their cutoff date, to make a decision to go with another district.
So will you guys have those decisions made by then?
Right,
To-
right.
so then we
Yeah,
need to
we look
meet
at all of
earlier.
that.
So
Yes.
earlier?
Yes.
Yes.
So because by July 3rd or 4th, it's the cutoff date.
Yes, the third Monday is July the 20th.
July 20th? Okay.
July the 20th.
Mark your calendars.
So are you saying that you need to be like around July 6th or 13th or?
I think by the 3rd, they would have to know
Yeah,
that
that's
they're
the
offered an
problem. July
employment
3rd.
somewhere else.
So July 20th then?
No, they have
It
to.
would be too late for
It
an
would be too late.
employee. That's what
That's what I'm
this
saying,
is.
so you would have to you would need a meeting by July 6th, right?
I think by the 3rd would be the latest.
Oh, the 3rd.
The 3rd
Okay.
would be the
Well, and
latest.
that's if you guys are going to get people
Right.
from other districts. I don't know, but if you are,
Right. It's usually that first week of July, their cutoff date.
yeah.
Well, yeah, that way you guys can, I guess.
I mean,
when
I
we-
won't be here.
Yeah,
I know
but-
I won't be out of town. I'll be out of town.
Talk with the others, I guess, when they get back. Because,
Yeah.
Trustee Nieto and
That would be next week.
Castillo.
We'd
That
have
would
to
be
schedule
next
something for
week.
next week.
is this
Oh,
a
it's
time
next
to
week or
discuss
next
this, or
week?
is it something to be addressed at a later date?
What Yvette can do is give you dates and you'll select them.
Or at least even if we get a July 20th meeting, just to kind of know where we're at before we get, I don't want to start the school year kind of coming in blind as a trustee. You know what I mean? That we get
So,
updates.
Is it safe to say that we can make a motion to
Yes, to discuss.
ask
it.
for an agenda item for the month of July to have a meeting at this time?
Just
Yeah,
discussion.
It's discussion.
It's just notes that you guys can take back.
Yeah, we don't have to take action on it right now.
The soup and then. Right.
Somebody will bring it
reach
to
out.
his attention. Okay, good. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Item 10, discussion and possible action items. Number 10, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to approve the final amended budgets for the general fund and the debt service fund for the fiscal year 2025-2026. Dr. Rivera?
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, good evening again, Board. I just need that one slide, but shortly. we'll put that one slide up shortly, but I'm going to start off with the agenda item and what you have, what you received. So looking at the first page of the agenda item, this is what we're looking at to finish the year off, 25-26. This is our final amended budget. This is where we're going to adjust, reduce, or increase the different accounts so that we can finish off the year. Currently, the budget is based on 14,278 ADA. Those are the current budget numbers, but what the template is calculating is a little higher, but we're not budgeting for that. That'll just be additional revenue later. So currently on that page that says all funds, this is basically our revenue. The funds that you guys have to approve, of course, is our general fund and our debt service fund. So that's why you see these two columns here. So these are the amounts that you would be, that we're proposing tonight based on general fund and debt service funds.
That's page 9, right, in the packet? When you're talking about all funds, like.
All funds. All funds. All
Yes.
funds.
That's,
Second
I'm just clarifying, that would be your
Yes.
page 9. Your all funds packet.
10A, which page 9? I don't have page 9. I have it on page 2.
No, well, yours
No,
is
on
probably
the
different than
backup.
ours.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, ours,
Okay.
our backup is different
Yeah,
than yours.
I'm not here to the slide yet, but we're just looking at the slide on the backup.
Yeah, I'm just
So-
looking at the computer.
All funds right there, we're looking at total revenues projected including general fund and debt service of 209 million, total expenditures of 231 million, and I'm rounding. And then the other resources and uses, this is where our bond infusion has come in. This is where we account for the health insurance deficit. All of this gives us an ending deficit of about 11.9 million total, including debt service. So that fund balance amount, again, including debt service, is 61 million. If you look at the second page, the general fund amounts, this is only your 1XX amounts. So this is your food service, this is your 199, all your 100 allotments. This is where we look at just the 100s. So on the revenues, we're looking at 197 million, adjusting your state revenues, increasing and decreasing according to what the template is showing us. And that, and I'm going to talk the green rows for right now, and then the total expenditures is 220 million. That gives us an operating deficit of 22 million prior to the other uses and resources section. But I'd like to discuss a little bit about this area right here. So,
Can you show it up there? That way the people that are watching can see?
I can see it over there.
No, that's not that. She's
no,
she's
this
going
is
off
just
of
my,
page
this
10.
was my third
Oh,
slide.
okay.
But can we bring up the agenda item?
I don't know what page it is on yours, but yeah, it's page 10 in our backup packet.
Does he have that one?
No, it's not that one. It's okay. If we can continue, ma'am. If they get it later, they can.
It's okay. I just sent it to Mr. Trevino. Because yes, it would help if you see as I go along.
Where'd you get that? Oh, this?
I would just like to say on this final amendment, the actual amounts here are, again, based if we spend every single dollar that's budgeted for. So one thing that with the budget team we've worked on is ensuring that none of our functions are in a deficit come audit time, because that's one thing that the auditors review, is to make sure that we did budget accordingly, that we're not in a deficit. If we are in a deficit in any function, it is an audit finding. So what the budget team, what we've done is actually, there's a few words for it. There's padding, there's cushion. We overstated intentionally a lot of these functions to ensure that we do not have a finding come audit time. So for function 11, we actually only needed, and this is instruction again, function 11, we only needed 632,000 just to finish the year off with our projections. However, we increased it 2.6 million, and you're probably like, whoa, 2.6 million compared to 632,000. But that 2.6 million that we are increasing function 11 is to cover a few items, and it's actually going to be on that one slide that we did pull up a while ago. That is accounting for the teacher incentive allotment increase. So that 2.6 million right there, it's a little higher than what we need, 2 million, but it's for teacher incentive allotment. We did have more TIA teachers actually earn it. Medicare Part D, TRS on behalf, those amounts we will not know until August. Miscellaneous, we call it our, it's like our SBITAs, other uses, other leases. So we put that one in there. We increased that one a little on function 53 for technology. I don't want to get ahead of myself here without the slide.
A lot of numbers.
So function 11, once he brings up the slide, those are the items that are covering that amount. Let me continue on to function 51, plant maintenance and operations. We only needed about 330,000 to finish off the year, but we're adding a little extra cushion there, totaling 736,000. For function 52, security, we only needed about $10,000, but we're adding more to cover any increases in security. I think we added, there it shows an extra 400. Here we go. Perfect. So that's all funds. That's the first slide we talked about. That's including your debt service.
That's a form.
And then, where's the mouse? Okay.
I guess just for everyone watching, this page is a confusing one because it has everything in there. So
Yes, this has all funds.
but the
which
second
is
page is, yeah.
what the board has to approve, the general fund and the debt service. So that's why
Right.
you see both of these columns. Final amended budget. And again, at the bottom, this is what our deficit looks like. Of course, revenue, expenditures over revenues and general fund. And then, of course, the debt service, which gives you a net amount of the 11.9 right here. Where we ended last year with our annual financial report, where we started July 1, 2025, this is the fund balance amount of 71 million in general fund. Including debt service, it's a total beginning fund balance of 73,472,000. If these numbers hold, which we know they're not, we're not going to spend every single dollar. The estimated fund balance in the general fund would be 58,859,272. You'll see on a later slide that that's about 115 days of fund balance, and I think I covered it during the public hearing as well.
But that's also, so my trustees understand, that if you can put the marker on the top, that's also with the inclusion of the bond, the
Yes, this
15.1
piece.
million, and then the 1.5 million from the sale of the ag farm.
Which I will, where's the next page?
Which is confusing for everybody, because everybody's probably thinking, but we injected like almost 17 point something million dollars into the budget.
Here we go.
To
Yes,
kind
yes,
of,
that's correct.
yes.
Okay. Can everybody see this okay, or do we need to make it
So,
bigger?
I guess my question would be like on the second page, right? Just to make it basic, because a lot of, like you said, when we get deep into the finance portion of it, start using all these terms, people kind of get disconnected and lost real quick. So if you can go to that second page, I don't know if they can put it back
It's right
on.
here?
Page 10.
The general fund?
Yeah, on the
This
general fund. If we can go back to that slide, the next page after that.
The-
Not all funds, the second one, yeah, the general fund.
That's this one.
Yes. If you can put that so people can see it, look. big number right there is total revenues in green. It says 196.3 million. If you go to the far left, that number. That's how much money you got, correct?
This is the current budget.
Right. That's the current budget.
This is
But
the current-
Where's your revenue? How much was the revenue for the year? Total revenue. Because
You're
that's the-
talking about actuals?
Yeah, actuals. Because I know you give us the actuals like projected for next year and stuff, but what's your total, like without the bond injections and whatnot? So what I want to ask you is, how are you going to prevent a deficit like that, like from happening again, right? Like internal controls, right? That's what we were talking about earlier, internal controls. Because like we need to see, show me the money and then show me your total cost. Because budgets, when people hear, Mark, what's projected, what's unaudited, I usually tell them they're pretty much looking at trends and kind of guessing. It's not like me that I know my mortgage, I know my car payment, I know my insurance. It doesn't change from month to month. But school districts, they have to come up with an estimate based on transportation. Gas is now, diesel's $5. You know, it was $3 when we made the budget. So these things fluctuate and change, but payroll is accurate. You can't mess up on payroll, right? Because you know exactly who's coming to work. So, like internal controls for the future, what's being put into policy, like that's what I want to brainstorm here, right? It's not a pointing fingers, but now I'm at the stage of what are we going to put into policy for in the future, the district itself on its own, and also the board to kind of prevent mishaps here where data wasn't given to us properly, things like that, right? So like this year, you're ending, I understand your current budget that you changed, and then your projected expenses, right? You're hoping to hit at 20.5. You know, you had to inject almost 17 million from the bond interest. So how does all that get prevented internally in your internal controls? I think that's what Ms. Ustaita brought up earlier, right?
What are the plans?
What's the plan? Yeah. And then also your presentation to the board, like simplifying it to the point where, because remember, not every trustee worked in finance. Not every trustee, you know, is coming with a background in school budgets, and then not even people in the room. Sometimes I see people kind of get disconnected with the talk. Like this is where you have to show us, this is your revenue, and then this is how much we're going to spend this year, and this is how much we're over, right? And that's kind of, I'm asking like here right now, how much revenue did we bring in?
Okay, so currently, I asked Mr. Aguilar to bring it up, is 195 million is what we've booked in the system already.
Okay,
So we booked
195,
195 million already in the system
and you're hoping to stay at 220.
and revenues. And
If you
we're
scroll down
projecting
to-
here in revenue of 197 to end the fiscal year
Okay.
in general fund.
And if you scroll down a little bit, you're hoping to stay less, within 220.5 or less, right? That's the goal.
Less, yes.
So you're, okay. And that's
Less
kind of,
than
those are the two most important numbers.
Yes. So, and I just want to add, the current budget column is the budget amendment that the board approved in April. So those are the numbers from
Right.
the April amendment. What we're doing today is increasing and decreasing the different functions and the revenues to get our final budget amendment. And again, a lot of these amounts are intentionally increased to avoid audit findings at the end of the year. So, this section here on the other resources and uses, this is what I discussed earlier. What the board approved in April was the 1.5 million of the land sale. This is the additional amounts that we're increasing here in this section. The 4.5 million right here is estimated for health insurance. We're hoping that would be less, but we're trying to be conservative in that amount as well, that it's going to cover all the claims that do come in. So when you take the revenue, 197,806,491, subtract the expenditures, 225,461,75, and then we add in the 10,489,701. That's where we end the year with a projected deficit of 12,249,983 in the general fund.
Right.
So when you subtract this amount from the beginning fund balance at July 1, 2025, that's what leaves us with the 58,859,272 that was presented earlier during the public hearing. 115 days of fund balance. So that 12 million actually could be covered, and again, that's worst case scenario. Once the auditors are done, this number should be less.
Right. So, and my question is, so realistically, your deficit this year, budget deficit was over, like you said, you're taking off 10.4 because you injected money in there, right? But you're like in the 20s. Correct.
We just
So-
take operating deficit, right, operating budget.
Right, operating deficit, right? It's in the 20s.
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of that bubble that keeps coming from year to year. So, like I said, answers, right? What's the plan for next year, right? And realistic plan, right? Detailed, realistic plan, because most of your bubble is coming in also, it's very high in the payroll section. And I know you're gonna talk about that later. But that's kind of what we need. I think maybe coming back in August or July, if we have a July meeting, or August, whatever time you need. That's all I have as far as this topic.
So again, just briefly on why here in instruction, we padded, increased that function as much as we did, is to cover the increase in the TIA payments that will be paid out in July, and then the numbers that do come in from TEA and TRS in August for Medicare Part D and TRS on behalf. Those amounts are actually an in and out. The reason we include them here is because we include the revenue. So if we're gonna book the revenue, we have to book the expenditure as well. So that's why these amounts are included in the budget for your review, so that you can see that we're transparent on that piece, because it's an in and an out. Yeah, it's a wash, but right here we have to include it just so that you can see that.
So I guess I'm with Mr. De Los Santos. I see, that we are in a deficit. It's this year. How is this going to not be recurring year after year after year? That's what I'm trying to understand, because I don't understand if we're bringing in 197 million, but we're spending 220. And yes, we infused the 10.4 million. How are we going to do it next year without having to dip into the general fund every year? I'm not understanding.
That's basically where I stated earlier during the public hearing that it's part of that continuing analysis and just teamwork and everybody working together on those numbers. We understand that the biggest bulk of it is in salaries, right? The biggest bulk of our budget is in salaries. You'll see in the next item, the percentages of our salaries based on the total budget. And you'll see that's where, we've been looking at all of that and making sure that no one gets hired that doesn't need to be. Now, of course, we need to hire teachers. We'll hire the teachers, but at the same time, the staffing is what's really important. We know that.
Yeah.
So, piggybacking off of Trustee Sustaita, you when we go back and look at the board presentations, we look at instructional and we look at the salaries, like in that area, it was like 97 or 98 million. And so I guess my question is, and then it ballooned, right? Like it went from 97, 98, we were told, hey, this is where we're at. And we were told we had a balanced budget, these things, 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 26. But my question is, I want to know who in the district adds it up. Like who says, hey, we're going to put 98 million here because it's salaries, right? It's 98 million here. Every company business knows exactly who's walking in the door, right? You might hire one or two here and there, but everybody knows. So who here in the district adds it up and says, hey, you put 98, but we're at 112? Or because you already know salary and benefits. So who adds that up? Who does that? Because it's not just a CFO.
No.
Like who else is in charge of saying, hey, this is all of our staff that are walking in. This is the increases that they're giving them, the raises that they're getting.
Correct.
And this is the total, and that doesn't match that. And it happened not once, not twice, but 3 times, you see? And that's kind of the part that I just need a question, because the first time, shame on me, but the second time and third time, it's shame on somebody else, all right? So who does that? Who in the district adds that up?
So that's definitely a
That's the
collaborative
question.
effort. It starts, of course, HR, technology, and then, of course, us in the budget department. That's a collaborative effort across the board, because my budget director has a very specific, very detailed salary analysis by contract, by employee. Every person employed with the district is in this file. But he can't adjust that file without the information. So as I said, it's a team effort. It's a collaborative effort from HR. And then, of course, the information comes to us through payroll, through budget team, and then it goes to technology to be inputted into the system. So it's definitely a team effort there. Now, if you're referring to salary increases, then yeah, that's a separate file that in the past we would get from TASB on that.
You haven't given me the answer, but I would like you to think about it for our next meet, or just in process, right, for our presentation to us is, who is, like the whistleblower told everybody that the data was wrong, right? He was telling people that multiple times. So once that happens, where's the check and balances amongst yourselves? You see? Where is that? Where do we start? Okay, you know what? Red flag here, boom, something's wrong here. Like when does that happen amongst yourselves internally? Because we go based off of what you tell us, but internally amongst yourselves, that's kind of the answer I think we're kind of hitting to, is when do you hit the emergency brake and say, wait a minute, this individual says that this data's all wrong, it's going to the board, you know, and he has proof or whatever the case may be, the numbers are off, salaries, the numbers are off. So that's what I want to know, I guess, in the future. How do we, that'll help trustees that the future trustees are going to take my place, right? They're going to be here. And it's a food for thought, no más.
That's the goal that we have.
Yes.
You're on target. That's the goal.
So, thank you.
Fix it.
Yeah, definitely collaborative effort there. Mr. Trevino, can you just put that last slide up? And I already basically said everything verbally, but you know, the factors that are contributing to the deficit, of course, were the overstatement of those accounts, intentionally overstated on those accounts to make sure that we do not have an audit finding. And then, of course, we also approved the staff incentive stipend that went out in December. You know, Dr. Rivera is very passionate about his staff. Staff come first, and that's where that additional $3 million came in there. Health insurance, of course, the 4.5, it contributes to it, and the other uses section. And the last thing I will say is that CRI, of course, has already begun the audit. I think I mentioned that earlier. And the final numbers will be provided to us in November, but we should have a trial balance available in September to see more where we're at.
We need a motion.
So on the, I'm sorry.
Need a motion?
Yes.
Motion to approve them?
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Los Santos. And? Second by Dr. Rodriguez. We've had plenty of discussion on this, so take it to a vote. Those that approve, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Item 10B. Discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to approve the adoption of the District General Fund and Debt Service Fund budget for the fiscal year 2026-2027 to include the 2026-2027 compensation plan. Dr. Rivera?
Yes, again. Ms. Rodriguez?
I will discuss the actual budget information, anything on the compensation plan, we'll all team up on that if we need to. But to start with, the information that was given to you on the agenda item last week, I'd like for us to disregard that. There were changes that were made to those files, and that's what we provided to you guys today electronically, and you also have a hard copy. It's going to start off with this page right here. It's just the proposed school budget. This is actually the budget workbook that the team and I worked on. And we'll start off on page 4. And this is a summary by fund. This is what we're proposing for 2026, 2027. Again, this budget is based on 14,000 ADA. We don't know where we're going to end yet with enrollment, but we are basing it at 14,000. This year, I think we were tracking like 14,348, but we're going to budget conservatively at 14,000 just to be safe and make sure that we don't budget additional revenues that may not materialize. So looking here at the summary by fund, you'll see the fund number, the fund name, the revenues and the expenditures for each one. Remember, Food Service 101 is an in and an out. It is part of the general fund, but we just have that there as the in and the out based on what they generate. The different funds, these are the different allotments that we discussed earlier, where each director is paying, we're working closely with the directors on their allotments and what the template is showing based on student coding, what they're projected to bring in as revenue, and of course, keep their expenditures in line. But if we need to, of course, there's the additional percentage that we do dip into if we need to, above the 55%. So the revenues and expenditures here in the general fund is looking, like I mentioned earlier, 15,018,512 deficit for 26, 27, just to start off with. The debt service 599, we have our revenues and expenditures there. That's of course what we use to pay our bonds. And so the total official budget numbers for 26, 27 is showing $206,326,167 in revenue, $221,336,982 in budget expenditures for a deficit of $15,010,815. That's the summary by fund. The next few pages are in detail by function. So page 6, this is all of our revenues, basically, everything that we're budgeting on the revenue side. All funds, general fund, food service, debt service, totaling, like what was on the previous sheet, $206,326,167. This section here in the state revenues, this is coming straight from our template. Federal revenues, of course, is coming from our different NOGAs. And then our estimated, the local revenues, this is our tax collections, athletic revenues, interest earned, all the different local buckets that we budget for there. So right here, again, this page is just the estimated revenues. I'm budgeting at the 14,088. You can see that the difference from 25 to 26, it's about $3 million difference there in our budgeted revenues. The next few pages are all the different expenses by function. I'm not gonna go through each one individually unless you want me to, but you'll see every single function instruction going all the way down to right here, page 11. You'll see the total appropriated expenditures there, which is the 6,000 accounts of 221 million. Again, it ties to the summary page there. So giving us the net amount of the 15,010,815 deficit there. The other uses and resources, I know we did have activity in that section in 25, 26. Currently, we're not budgeting anything in that section. We've already accounted for the health insurance increase in the salaries. Here it is accounted for 25, 26, it was accounted for in this section, but because it's already included in our salaries for 26, 27, that is built into the budget already, into the expenditures. Right here, this is a summary of all costs. So all the 6,000s, 199, 101, 599, this is a summary of all costs, and this shows the actual percentage of the budget. Each one of those object codes is encompassing there. So this, of course, payroll costs is our highest. When you look at just the general fund budget, it is high, 87%. The total of all our funds across would be 79. We're still pretty high up there. The goal this year is to bring that down. That's the goal with a lot of strategic analysis there, is to bring that percentage down. That's the actual budget workbook. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, like for your 87.42%, you're basing that on off of your budget, right? Your budget
It's
total.
based off of the way
Right.
TASB and all of that has tells us how to get that percentage is based off the entire budget. Like I know last workshop you mentioned based on revenue, but we base it off the total budget.
And I'd like to share just with, because this is a great learning opportunity. So I'd like to share with my fellow trustees and even others that are out there that don't do that. Don't base it off of a budget that you're creating, right? You base it off of your total revenue, and then that'll give you an actual figure and percentage of how much you're using, right? Because if you use your total revenue, like actually how much money I'm gonna get, and I compare it to my payroll, it's 94%. Like, and that's just like that's a red flag right there for trustees and other districts out there to say, oh, well, I thought I was at 71, or I thought I was at 85, or I was at 82, when in reality, no, you were at truly in the 90s, you know? And that's just for, because you're right, a lot of trustees get taught like that by TASB and Region 1 and whatnot. And it may sound like I'm saying that they're wrong, but looking at a business standpoint,
correct.
You're going to look at your total revenue versus your payroll direct, not a budget that I'm making up. Because I gave somebody an example, and I'm gonna just say this real quick. I don't want to take up too much time. But I told somebody, it's like I make $3,000. I told my wife asked me, well, what's our budget for next month? 5,000, right? Yeah. She can spend 5, but I only have 3 really coming in. So you see, that's that catch, right? The minute I say that, people probably say, okay, yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. Well, that's kind of what we have to look at as trustees too. Total payroll cost versus revenue. And that kind of tells you exactly where you're at. That's it. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, that gives you a better, a bigger understanding of where we're at, right? And again, that's the goal, is to bring those salaries down, because we know that's the biggest bulk of our expenditures. And that is taking up what the majority of our revenue is. This is just a quick little pie chart here on where the revenues are coming from. The majority of it is the state revenue. We would love for that pie chart to be a little higher, right? Maybe this next legislative session, something will change. I know they're analyzing things, but of course, like we've said before, we can't build on hope. We can't. So this is where we're at currently with this 26-27 budget. These are the numbers. Majority of it is the state revenue. On the expense side, it's a little difficult to see, but this side of the pie chart here is all instruction. So that's why I said earlier, 50% of the budget is instruction. And then you have all these other little smaller pieces of the pie here. But the majority of it is in instruction. Just real quick, this is the financial format of the entire budget. So this just shows comparing 25-26 to 26-27. And what we're looking at, again, you'll see at the bottom there just the 15,010,000 deficit that we're projecting, continuing to analyze as the year goes on. If that were to materialize, of course, the fund balance, of course, would come down to 46 million. And I didn't do the calculation, but how many fund balance days that would be? I think that's like 91, I want to say. So we're still looking at a healthy fund balance, even if that were to materialize. I don't know if we did the math. And these are just the slides that were at the end of the budget workbook. And it's basically just putting the same information into a slide format for everyone. So the revenues, again, this is 179 million. This does not include food service. The workbook includes all funds. Like Mr. De Los Santos said, 159 million from 179 just gives you a truer picture of things. But this is, of course, just the preliminary amounts that we are projecting to at least give ourselves a more reasonable amount to budget for 26-27. And the salaries, of course, 159 million. That is currently still being reviewed by Region 1. They're reviewing all of our positions. It's just an additional set of eyes that we have on the number to make sure that all of our positions are accurate, all the dollar amounts, where we started, where we're ending. So that's still in the process. Resignation incentive, of course, that's going to come up on the next item, but of course, that's why it's asterisk there pending your approval. And the 12 million there on the deficit, of course, when you add back this, it's still the 15 million that we discussed in the previous slides. These are continued actions that we have moving forward. We're going to continue on the right size staffing. We've discussed the ADSI, 80 additional day school year calendar. That's also just a projection there of additional revenue that may come in. We've had the voluntary employee workday reductions. There have been staff members that have volunteered to reduce their work days. It gives them more summer days. Total projected reductions there additionally to come off the deficit is 1.2 million, giving us that new projected deficit total. Everything again projected preliminary of 11 million there moving forward.
Mr. Rodriguez, okay, so I'm so confused because I keep seeing different projected deficit totals on every screen. It's so confusing to me. But what is the deficit? Where I saw 15, then I saw 12, 15. Then I see 11, and it's so confusing to me.
15.
What you'll be approving is the 15. So, oops, right there.
Yeah, you're approving in the actual budget documents, you're approving 15.
15.
Yeah.
But you're saying the actual deficit is 11?
No, we're saying that that's projected if we continue to move forward with those action plans.
Those are maybes.
Yeah. Those are not confirmed. Those are just what we're working towards to continue to reduce.
I guess that's what's confusing me, the maybes. I just wanted you to tell me just black and white, this is it.
Black and white?
Yeah, the
Right here.
maybes will come later, but I just, it's too much overload of all these numbers that makes it very confusing.
But it's also, you know, we're asking at the same time, you know, what are we going to do to prevent this? And I think that's where she's, you know, showing this to, these are some of the actions that
Actions,
that are
numbers.
going to be done to try and prevent this or reduce, you know, some of the deficit. But
Yes, I understand the actions. It's the numbers that when you add that in there, I'm like, wait, what? Well, I'm seeing
And
these- all these
it's
different numbers.
difficult to provide or to give you numbers that may not materialize,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
Right.
That's why everything is listed as projected, as estimated. Because we know all too well, right, that numbers don't always materialize or work out the way.
And that's the thing that a lot of
they're
people don't
supposed to.
understand. We don't know
Right.
until that money starts coming in with the ADA, when this, we just don't know what it is
Right.
going to be. We're taking the best guess, but
And-
putting the numbers. in.
Yeah, and I think like with Trustee Sutaita, right, she's a business owner and I am too, and others too, and you don't work on hopes, right, when you're dealing
Correct.
with funds. So I'd rather just know,
Yeah.
this is our budget, this is revenue, these are expenses, and this is our, and like, and the public too. Like, we're hoping to stay within 15 million, right, 15 point something million, and that's what we're signing off on, a deficit for next year of 15
Right.
million.
15 worst case
Because,
scenario.
you know, I'm not gonna tell, how do I put it in a way to understand? Unless it's a guarantee, I don't wanna say it. Why even bother? Like, you know, don't even tell me you're hoping to lower it by $1 million.
Right.
Like me, when I see zeros, it doesn't give me a lot of value. Like when I give bids, I make sure to never use zeros. If I say, oh, it's $251,897, right? I don't say, well, it's $250,000 in the house. Everyone uses actual numbers, right?
Right.
Shows calculations and details and whatnot. It's a hint of detail. I see $1 million, $200,000, $27,000 flat, and the accounting terminology of projected. These are projected, unaudited. That just means, like I said earlier, it just
Right.
means it's a big maybe. But so I agree with, you know, Trustee Sutaita, it gets exhausting.
Yeah, and the public wants to understand also, just like us, we want to know, everybody's keeping track, a lot of people are keeping track of what's going on, and it's difficult to understand with all these vocabulary, financial terms, encumbered and encumbered. I was on Google today, define what encumbered means, define what, even though I've done it before, but it's so much. And like Ms. Trustee De Los Santos said, you know, like we work with business and it's actual figures, and I get it. But it's like if one of our schools, well, our star rating is a B, but if we do this, we might be an A next year. Like, you wouldn't want to hear that, you know, from the schools. It is what it is, and that's it. And so I think just all that extra stuff, it's good for us to know, but as a presentation, just
Right.
as simple as we can keep it, that way
Right.
it's more understandable.
Maybe more through board updates, because like
Yeah.
Dr. Rodriguez did mention, these are items that y'all been asking us on. How are we gonna, what's the plan? What are we gonna do? What, you know, what are the action items that we're gonna move
Yes.
forward? So I agree, this does get confusing for the public, yes. And it could be more better received through a board update.
But I know you've been working hard, so thank you so much, because it's a lot of work.
The team has,
Yeah,
everyone has.
everybody, all of you, it's been a teamwork, collaboration. But those are just, you know, constructive feedback
Yeah.
to
No.
make it easier.
Received, definitely
And
received.
easier for us, because we get the phone calls. You know, kind of like, you know, you've mentioned to the board already, you said it's 15 point something million, but you have 30% reductions on departments, right? And so you're hoping to stay within those reductions.
Right, when we
And
need to
you
go up.
have, so
Yeah.
that you've shaved off millions, hoping that we don't use those, that they don't come calling and saying, hey, we're not operating effectively.
Right.
And I know some of them are worried. At the end of the day, it is what it is, and our kids got to get serviced, and we,
Exactly.
you know, the board's not going to. In other words, we're not going to strain them to the point that they're not effective in giving our children the
Right.
supplies and resources they need. But the board and the community also has to know that that 15 point million is the best option that can come out of next year.
Right.
Right. But it's not, doesn't mean it is the option.
It doesn't
may be
mean
higher.
it's the final, correct.
hopefully
Could be
it's
higher,
lower.
could be lower, we're, yes, most definitely. Then the next slide would be also some plans of action, some hopes that, of course, don't exactly have dollar amounts assigned to them, but these are just different items that we're looking at that would increase revenues potentially, and then, of course, decrease expenditures. different items that we've been looking at. And I think you've seen these before in previous workshops. These are different items that we have brought up before.
I'd really like to just mention quickly the grants, E. I've had several people, community members, that have mentioned to me that they've reached out to Weslaco ISD, whether it be collaborating with Workforce Solutions, collaborating with community organizations to bring money in or to help our students, but they always say, well, we don't get a call back. Well, they don't answer. Well, they just keep saying they're gonna. So I just really want to make sure that we are taking advantage of these community organizations that are willing to help.
We're doing this.
Yes, I can
Yes.
tell you, we are working with, and we are still engaged with our grant writer, who is basically working day after day, week after week, because we keep submitting different grants in different areas.
That's good. That's good to know. I'm just giving you guys the feedback from what the community is. We've tried, but haven't. But if you are, great. And I just want to keep emphasizing the importance of those grants, because there's a lot of money out there for our kids to take advantage of.
That's true.
Yes, most definitely.
One last thing regarding staffing, and I know we reduced many. I was looking at the list of the reduction. Are we going to have staff inherit positions or do other duties because we're not filling some of these positions? And then, of course, relocating staff. Are we doing strategic things to make sure that our campuses don't suffer? You know, do we have a plan?
On target.
Yes.
Ms. Solano, you want to mention that?
Yes, Coach Serna. So Mr. Buttermer and I met with the principals, right, for end of the year conferences. So our first priority is first to make sure the campuses are taken care of, right, and are staffed correctly, right, as per enrollment. And I know that it's projected enrollment, which I know Dr. King and Region 1 have shared that, and I think they recently just shared another presentation today, right, from their drive that to consider what our projected loss was and just wait until physical enrollment, but staff according to our numbers right now with roll forward, but all other staff like central office administration and stuff, every department is being looked at to where some of the critical positions, right, that we know are not included in those figures that Ms. Deborah Rodriguez added, like for incentive resignation, that were taken away, right? Because we know that it's a critical position too, like for compliance purposes or such, but others will then be probably inherit some of the duties amongst multiple staff.
Are we going to compensate staff?
If we have to, we will be, yes.
And additional
Right.
work, it's additional work.
And we understand that, most definitely.
The next slide is.
We're
I'm sorry.
overstaffed. And we have to
Yes,
reduce
sir.
staff, bottom line. We're losing kids.
It's a
We're
percentage.
losing it. We have to reduce staff. There's nothing we can do
But
with that.
there's some key personnel.
I understand. And again, we'll work with that, the ones that need to, but we're not going to have large classrooms with too many kids. I mean, that's.
And that's
we'll have-
understandable, but again,
I understand.
campuses are number one.
I understand. They're number one, but we also have to reduce the budget, the deficit. We're overstaffed. We should be, what percent should we, on total staffing? We should be at about
85 max,
85,
78.
but we're higher than that.
Correct.
80, yeah.
So we have to reduce, guys.
Well, that's why I have questions about the compensation plan, and I asked for salaries today of personnel, because we have and this is part of this item also, right, the compensation plan? It's the,
Yes,
we're
it's-
not there
it's
yet,
the
I don't
next
know if you have
piece,
more
yeah.
slides.
I just have a few, and again, you want me to continue just?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and continue,
Okay.
and I'll get to that.
So this is the same slide you saw in the public hearing, just the budget reductions. I just included it here as just a little refresher, which, you know, it's the same information on the $10 million reduction of budgeted amounts. And then this piece right here is also just a little preview of the next agenda item. So there'll be more discussion, I believe, on this, the resignation incentive stipend. But this is just a breakdown of what you're going to see on the next agenda item.
Will you
here.
be showing that slide in the next agenda item?
Yes.
Okay.
And then right here is the same thing you saw also in the public hearing, which of course, non-audited, estimated, unassigned, all those accounting terms, fund balance of 58 million. 115 days of fund balance. So that's the same slide that we shared during the public hearing. And then again, here on the function breakdown, same slide from earlier. So this is just a recap of everything since you are approving the budget, the proposed budget. These are the same numbers that were shared earlier. And I believe that's it. Okay. Compensation plan, though, I don't know if that would probably be Dr. Rodriguez.
It is part of this budget, this item, right? It is District General Fund and Debit.
It is, yes.
Okay. So what I was going to bring up is I asked for salaries and then I compared to pay grades, who's on the educational administrative pay grade, who's on the business professionals administrative pay grade. And I do see some errors in our compensation plan because we have people who are not under any kind of certified position and their pay grade is under educational administration. So, I just did a little sample of the list I got and I already picked up on errors like this, and then I'm looking at the total salary made divided by how many days your contract is. And then I'm looking, okay, this person, it's just an example. This person makes $200 a day because we don't have salaries on our compensation plan. It's just min, mid, max. Okay, so this person makes $200 a day. Where do they fall in this compensation plan? Are they minimum, mid, or max? And some people fell, in the minimum. Some people were over the max. Mm-hmm. So that's concerning to me because I'm thinking, wait, this is your position, and the max to pay your position is $150, and you're making $200 a day. There's an error here, and so that when I saw this compensation plan, and I compared, that concerned me, and I know there's probably things that we can revise and still adjust with these salaries, but these things on the compensation plan were very concerning as a trustee because what some people are making compared to others at their same pay grade for the years of experience they have, it's not the same. So I need more clarification as to how are we doing this, what's going on, and we can talk about that in personal matters later on. I just wanted to bring up that concern. Also, in our compensation plan, and we brought this up before a couple of years ago when Dr. Coronado was here, about demotions. In our compensation plan, when somebody gets demoted, I believe, and I was looking for it right now, they will not get their salary decreased until like the next year or something.
We do that.
Right.
We do that.
We do that. But does everybody else do that? Because that's a whole salary. I guess I get it. You don't want to place anybody in a bad position. But there are just some tweaks on this compensation plan that I would like to discuss with the board before, and I know it's a draft. I don't think we're approving. It's kind of like a living live document, right? So it can still be revised. But those are some of the concerns that I had with this, especially with the compensation and the daily rates and who's where on that level. Because nobody ever understands when they ask me, what is min, mid, max, and how do you know where people fall? I don't know. Nobody's ever explained that to us.
What the board has done for past years, whenever someone reaches the maximum, other districts just freeze them right there. The board has decided in past years to go ahead and go past the maximum with the pay increase. The board's done that.
I don't remember doing that.
Yes, no, it's been done.
Speaking about it, I know it's touchy. Look at the compensation plan. Some information was shared with me, right? There was some information requested as far as like salaries and whatnot, and there is discrepancies, right? I agree with Trustee Susate because I was looking through this too. I need to figure out how people under the title of teacher, okay, have salaries that are listed, in this information. When you're talking about like 6 digits, it's okay. So now, and it's listed under salary. So there doesn't mean, I don't know that you're including stipends here or anything like that. It's just full salaries here, this information. That's kind of, how do you get there? How are some of these salaries that are here even achieved? And so that's kind of a question also we need to bring up because like I said, I'm not gonna say the number out loud, but yeah, it's large. And so those are questions. So titles, salaries, scales, things like that.
Yes, and all those are valid questions, and I would love to sit with
Pardon
you
me,
if you'd like.
And I'm okay, I'm okay with what you want to do with the compensation plan. Just at a workshop, tell us what you want to do.
Yeah,
We'll
we
do
can
it.
hold one.
Yeah.
We'll
That'd be
do it.
good.
Correct, because like Mr. Staita said, it is a living document. And I just want to make note that every year when we do have pay raises, TASB, we always work with TASB, and they look at each job and the experience to make sure that the person is where they're supposed to be. It's not perfect, not even TASB's perfect, right? But they give it to where there's equality, it's fair, but at the same time, our compensation plan is able to attract and retain top talent, right? Because that's what we want.
Right.
Ideally. But can we look at it and make some revisions? Definitely, not a problem. Again, it's a living document, and we just want it to be the tool that we use to pay our employees that's the most fair and equitable. And if we need to revise it, we can. It's something that's done.
Yes, and that's that you said the key word. It's fair and consistent to the experience and what the people that are in those positions. Definitely. All right.
Go ahead, Ms. Didi, go ahead.
That's all I have, sir.
No,
I'll move to approve item 10B.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez to approve the agenda item. Do I have a second?
So if we approve it, we can still go back and
Yes, ma'am.
revise.
We can go
and all
back
that.
and modify, yes.
It's not set in stone or
No,
anything.
it is not.
Okay, then I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a second by Mrs. Slater. I think we've had, do we need any further discussion? Let's take it to the vote. Those that approve say aye.
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 Those say that don't approve, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. and
Okay,
HR.
item 10C. Discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to consider approval of the voluntary resignation initiative. Dr. Rivera.
I think Ms. Didi forgot that slide. You didn't show it. Can you show it back? The stipend? Let me just say that, again, we're overstaffed, and we do not plan to hire anyone that resigned, retired. We have no plans to hire them back. So as you can see, these 44, on D, there are 44 employees, which equals to 3.2 million. Giving them 20% is 560. So the district, the savings is 2.6 million for 26, 27. So again, this is, I mentioned this at updates several months ago. So the information is here. The board can see that there is a savings. There is a savings to the district to reduce the deficit. But if you feel, if the board feels that you don't want to do this, we won't do it. It was just a way for us to continue reducing the deficit. And by doing this, even though it's 20%, we're not going to hire them back. We're going to go ahead and fill critical positions, but we're not going to hire these 44. The ones that left, we're not going to hire them back. So again, it's here for the board to approve. If you want to reduce the deficit by 2.6 million, we can do this. If you feel it's causing other problems, people that resigned or retired several months ago through January, again, it's your call to make. I feel that it's a real good deal. It's going to reduce the deficit. But again, it's your call to make. If you don't want to approve this, we tell the 44 employees, you got to go back to work. But this is my recommendation.
Do you have a motion to approve?
Dr. Rivera, in speaking with Coach Nieto, I know he's not here today, but he asked me to share the information on how he felt. And I think he spoke to you about this in regards to, he believed that going back to January and maybe a lesser percentage would have been more effective. Was that considered or studied at any point in time?
It was not.
No? Okay.
It was not. But again, if the board wants me to, we can do anything the board wants me to do. If you want to go back to whatever month at a lower amount, we can look at that and just bring it back to the board. It's up to you. Again, if we go back to January, it's going to cost us $1 million at 20%. So if the board wants to go lower, that's something you all can discuss.
I mean, I think that, I'll give my opinion. I guess I'll break the ice here with this topic. 20% is unheard of. You won't see that anywhere in the Rio Grande Valley, 20% buyout. My concerns that I said earlier were, how are we going to know for sure, like the compensation plan, these positions are going to be automatically closed, right? We won't rehire these individuals in another capacity. That this isn't like a money, like, you know, where, well, I'm going to cash out, then I know that they need me still later on down the line, so I'll just reapply in September, October, and I just got 20,000 or more because of my salary. 3 is just, I don't know if it's ethics, and I mean, fairness probably would be the best word to use here. Like, you know, this I did not know about this, all right? I don't think some of the other trustees didn't either, right, in detail.
We did the update.
On the 20% buyout, we discussed possibly giving an incentive for people to retire, but not the percentage. 20% is a lot. These people, some of these people, they make $100,000 or more. They 20%, just do the math, right? That's a lot of money. And then you had all these individuals that had just resigned, like you said, Dr. Rivera, that resigned and retired just prior to this 3-day window opening up. So the optics of it, where it just came out of nowhere. I did not get the details right as a trustee. I don't know if others knew about it. And then, which I don't think, because I've talked to others already, they said some of them said they didn't. And then at 20% is just a rate that I think as a taxpayer would be questionable, right? Do we need people to retire? Yes, of course, right? We need to offload people off the books, yes. But at a 20% buyout in 3 days, that's the only thing. What do you think about that?
I'm good with that. Now, the board can vote. The board can say 20%, we're going to go 10%. And if the 44 don't like it, they continue working. So when you make your motion,
it's open.
You can go ahead and make the motion to go ahead and go 10% instead of 20%.
I mean, I think that's not gonna look good either for the people who chose to do it. Say, well, I did it because you said 20%. Now you're giving me half. That's not fair for me either.
But the board votes. That's
Yeah,
why.
but-
That's why it's an agenda item.
It's, do we do?
Well, they don't approve any of them. Let's get the 45 back. I'm okay with that too.
No.
I'm okay with that.
No.
Don't approve it.
Only because of the past and the future, right? Because in the future, we're going to have retirees coming in 2-3 years down the line or 5 years down the line. They're not going to have this opportunity. I can guarantee you that.
No.
This is a one-time thing.
Yes.
And all the others, you know, that are taking the hits, that are taking the sacrifices, that missed that window, that 3-day window, I think just in the way that it was done, it just kind of isn't fair to our employees and our taxpayers, because it was 372 hours.
It was done because in June, we were still overstaffed.
Right.
So I figured by doing this,
No, and I think
it
it's good.
reduced by 45 people.
I mean, we're
We're not going to hire them back.
I like a
We're
bonus, but you're right. We need to talk about a percentage.
Yes.
I'm
okay with
fair
that.
percentage for.
If they don't like
taxpayers.
it,
Rather
let
than
them stay.
Well, just the chair. Rather than having to go through a RIF, allow people the opportunity. Says why I don't want to go through this. So you know what, I put in my time. I'm ready to go. Because not everybody's going to jump on it.
Right.
Only those that I believe have had the years where they're almost working for free, or for a very small percentage. So it's because they're going to get that. Plus, they're going to be getting their retirement. Something to think about.
Right. Oh yes, definitely. Yeah,
So
for retirees.
What we're dealing with is we're looking for options on how to deal with a deficit, and it's commendable, Dr. Rivera, and
Well,
At the end of the day, it's going to save us money. It's going to save us money at the end of the day.
I'm okay with 10%.
What do you think? 10%?
Well, we
10%?
gave our word for 20%. I mean, we have to
Yeah.
keep our word.
Right, you have to
That's
keep
my
your
feeling.
word. And it's going to save us money at the end, instead of paying all those. The optics were, which I had seen also, were, well, they had this, they knew they were going to do this, and they waited,
Yeah.
and they didn't. But that's not true at all.
We didn't know. We just knew
No.
that we were overstaffed. Said, let's do this plan to go ahead and reduce staff. These
Right.
45, we're not going to hire them again.
And these people had already, this is the important part, that these people had already signed contracts to come back next year. They were
Yes.
going to come back.
Yes, yes.
So it's not like we were, oh, let's wait for them and then we're going to give them the money. It's they had already signed ready to come back. And then
Well, I never
when they
agreed
got
to
this news, okay, you know what? I'm on the fence,
gave
but
my
this
word.
helps me to make the decision.
Yes.
So that optics of, well, we knew about it and you kept it, hidden and you did it on purpose. What about the people who retired
Yeah,
before?
we didn't know that.
We did not.
No, we
I
did
did not. I don't think the rest of us did.
Well, we can still go down the list and look at some of the critical positions that are in there and mixed in there, because you are going to have to hire some of those. Some of those titles you need, or what, like, again, we can't talk about it out here, but maybe an executive, we can talk about it there. This would be an action item that we can go talk about in executive, then bring back. Because you're going to start the year and some of those positions are critical. So,
Yeah.
yes, this item here, because it.
And I think at the end of the day, even
To
if
approve
some
the
of those do
long-term
get
resignations.
rehired or some of those positions, get filled, we're still gonna end up saving money.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve this item here.
I'll second.
Item. Which one is
We have a motion by Ms. Streita and a second by
10C? Okay, 10C.
Dr. Rodriguez to go with the initial
Yeah, it's only fair.
recommendation by Dr. Rivera.
Keep your word.
We've had some discussion. Is there any further discussion? If not, let's take it to the vote. And I'll take it one by one. Mrs. Streita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Coterra?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
For the record, I'm only going to vote no because of the percentage, not the initiative.
Okay.
Okay.
No. Motion carries. So it's going to go as is at 20%. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Motion does carry. Thank you.
I know it's passed, but again, I'm okay. And maybe I should have been smarter. Maybe the E should have been 10% or 15%.
At the end of the day, we're still going to save money by doing this. So, that's the important thing to focus on.
Okay. Let's continue with the discussing possible action items. 10D, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to approve the proposal award for the third-party administration TPA utilization review preferred provider organization, the PPO, and the Health Maintenance Organization, HMO, Network Access RFP number 26-06-32. Dr. Rivera?
Dr. Cantu?
For this item, the consultant from One Digital, Sean Cope, myself, and the Employee Benefit Committee recommend that the Board of Trustees award the proposal from Assured Benefits Administrators to be the third-party administrator for Weslaco Independent School District's self-funded health care plan. They do utilize the United Healthcare Network.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation by Dr. Cantu and One Digital's Sean Cope.
Okay, motion by Ms. Streita.
10D, right? I'm opening it up.
Yeah.
Can't discuss until we. Can
Yeah,
we discuss?
we will
until-
have a second.
Hold on. So this one is, 10D right here, boom, boom, boom. Third-party administrator, DPA utilization review.
No.
But there's a way to.
This is the recommendation, right?
Let's see. We can't have
No.
discussion yet, right, until after the motion?
The second, right after the second.
I mean, if you don't agree,
No.
we can always,
No, I'll second it, but we can ask, because I just want to ask about our fees, our internal
Yeah.
fees.
Yes, we can, we can
Okay.
have, and then we'll open it
I
for
second.
discussion.
then this is the recommendation.
Council?
Yes, I did. I told him yes.
Second by Mr. De Los Santos.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Dos Santos. Now, do we have any discussion?
The question came up, is NAP in network?
Not directly, no, but I'm going to ask Sean to explain how that's going to work.
Good evening, everybody. So NAP is not part of the United Healthcare Network, but ABA is the acronym that they go by, has a direct contract with NAP, so it would be outside of the network, but it's a direct contract with them. And the contract rate is actually an exceptional rate. Everything is measured on a percentage of Medicare, and so the contract rate directly with ABA and NAP is a very good contract rate that's just above what Medicare is. So with Blue Cross Blue Shield or with some other networks, that rate may be 250, 300%. Their contracted rate is going to be much lower than that. So it's a good deal for the district.
So how does that affect the employee if it technically it's out of network? What is?
Yes, so technically it's out of network, but it would be included in network for employees' purposes, so they could go to NAP just as if it was in network with anybody else.
It's not going to cost them any more.
It's not going to cost them anything
or
more.
Co-insurance or.
That's right. So it's a little different with an independent TPA, which ABA is, compared to a Blue Cross Blue Shield, because they have the flexibility to make those direct contracts, is what we call them, with the facility. So if there's ever a facility that's not included in network that they need to do a direct contract in the future with, then that's something that we could discuss as well. But NAP is already part of a process that they have with their sister company.
Any more discussion?
I'm seeing here on the pie chart that you, which I appreciate. Thank you very much for that visual. It makes it a lot easier to understand the data. There's a pie chart here that you asked the Employee Benefits Committee, in your opinion, should we bundle services to provide the most benefits at the best value to the employees? And 85.7% of the committee said yes, we should bundle.
Correct.
Can you explain how this is going to help us save money with a bundle?
Again, I'll ask Sean to fill you in.
Yes, so there are two components to this. There's the TPA, the third-party administrator. So think of them, they're the ones that when you go to the doctor, they pay the claims.
Okay.
But then we also have the PBM, which is a pharmacy benefit manager that takes care of the prescription drug piece of that. So the bundling is finding a company that had both solutions, the TPA and the PBM, that were interconnected. So there's sister companies for ABA. The sister company is called Veris, and so it's the connection of those two that provided a little bit of a discount, I think $2 per employee per month, to bundle those two pieces together.
So we're going to have an item for PBM. It's going to have to go hand in hand with these guys if they get approved.
That's correct, yes.
That is
Is the PBM aligned with any pharmacy or does it exclude any local pharmacy?
It does not exclude any local pharmacy that I can remember in the overall RFP, and that's something that we would have called out if there was something. It includes the majority of the pharmacies out there. I always like to think of the PBM as kind of your shopping grocery store, if you will. They're determining what prescriptions are going to be part of the formulary more than anything else. So what items are going to be in the grocery store.
They have a preferred pharmacy?
Is there a preferred pharmacy? Brian is here with ABA. I don't know if you can answer that or not. Okay.
Same across.
And going this way, it saves the district. You said, while BCBS, because I know we're big on Blue Cross Blue Shield,
Yes, ma'am.
while BCBS illustrated about $58,000 less in administrative costs, the overall savings afforded to the district by bundling ABA with Veris RX is approximately $346,000.
Yes, and I know Mr. De Los Santos likes to see the rest of the numbers, so it's actually 346,193.
That's all on the graph. On the graph. Thank you for the graph.
Yeah, it's either 50. You want to save 58, or you want to save 346,000, which is pretty clear to me.
Now,
And if
when do we talk about our rates? Like, because this is just a network. The services are going to be able to get, but then our internal rates. Will we be able to talk? Are we finalizing that?
Yes, sir. That was already presented at all the workshops. Those are set. Remember that we are self-funded, so we are budgeting for what we need to cover as far as our own generation of those funds. That's why we have that increase in the budget that was presented a little while ago, because we need to hit those marks.
Any more discussion? No.
Okay.
Need a vote?
Take it to the vote. Those that approve say aye.
Aye.
Those that do not say no. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you to the committee for, I see some of them for doing the work. Appreciate it.
Let's go to item 10E. Discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to select the servicing agents for Weslaco Independent School District's Group Healthcare Insurance RFO number 26-06-45. Dr. Rivera?
Okay, you have the backup? Dr. Gando, any more information on this one? That's for the, this for the agent?
Yes, sir, that's just for the agent.
Who do we have right now?
We have Jeff Everett and Associates. The agent fee is to remain the same at $2 per employee per month.
But aren't there others also with Everett and Associates on this list that work with him?
They do work together on the voluntary products. That's the other set of insurances.
Oh, okay, it's voluntary. It's not this one here, the healthcare.
Healthcare is just
So
Jeff
it's just
Everett.
one person, one agent right now,
Correct.
not all these
Correct.
on the list. And up to how many can we have? It says agent or agents in the
Yes,
recommendation.
that would be at your discretion. That is the option for the board, but we have had one agent that has serviced these accounts.
How many years has Everett and Associates serviced Weslaco ISD?
I know that they were the last three, and that's how far back I can.
Ever since I've been here in 2020, and before that, it's been Everett.
I know that we had three before. So in 2023, we had three that were sharing $5 per employee per month. We reduced that to $2 per employee per month. So it's a cost savings, but it's up to the board at your discretion.
I mean, I would just like to, I know that we've had one, I thought there was more than one, all these years, but I really just like to spread out the wealth, and whoever wants to, if it's Jeff Everett, Ortegon, Salazar, Tames, whoever, let the employees pick who they want or who they work better with, right? Because every company has their own relationships with the client. And so,
I mean,
too
I'll,
much or no, I don't know.
I think since they work together on the voluntary products, I'll motion to select Jeff Everett and Associates, Tames Financial, and Ortegon Insurance.
And I'd like to add Salazar because they're all Weslaco. I mean, why are we leaving out one Weslaco and including everybody else Weslaco? Keep it local?
Can I chime in?
Of course.
I think that, at the end of the day, I was trying to think, how can I explain this to everybody, right? Because this part of it is so confusing, right? And it really is. And so I was thinking about it a long time. How am I going to express myself out here so people can understand? But I'm going to keep it very simple, and I'm going to keep it business 101. Any business in Weslaco, if you look at Payne and all these other major businesses, theaters and restaurants, things like that, Arturo's, I don't want to leave anybody out, right, because they're going to get mad at me. But you look at all these businesses in Weslaco, if I gave you the opportunity to hire the 3 top attorneys for the price of one, would you do it, right? And because I've been here 5 years, and I've seen it go back and forth and left and right? And I respect everybody's opinion. But if you could hire the top 3 attorneys for the price of one, would they? Right? They probably would. Any business would. And so in my situation, being on the board for 5 years, looking at the county, looking at cities, looking at school districts across the valley, why are we not utilizing and doing something that really nobody's done before? And what I mean by that is, and I looked it up to see if it's allowable under policy and in the state, to do exclusive co-brokers to the district for our employee products, right? Our health insurance, our dental, vision, voluntary benefits program. Utilizing and combining these infrastructures, the services, the people, all that combined together under one umbrella, servicing our staff, servicing our students, right? I mean, servicing our staff, their kids, our taxpayers, which then benefits our students, because now you have these top 3, right? That's my opinion. These top 3 working for your district, and all for the price of one across these different products and stuff. And so that's what I would like my trustees to look at, an exclusive co-brokers agreement to the district, okay? And there's 3 companies that are like, you have Ortegon Insurance, okay? You got Salazar Insurance Group, and then you have Everett Insurance Group as well too. And why isn't that a possibility, or why can't we move forward like that?
That's
So,
at the, that's
so
at
work
the board's
across the
discretion.
board, like I said, for employee health insurance, dental, vision, voluntary benefits programs, you know, it's just combining those resources for one price. And that's kind of what I want people to take a look at. And look at.
That's essentially what we do with the voluntary products, which are not up tonight. That's, the
But across
RFP is
the-
currently open.
right.
But we do have 3 agents, and the reason that I've come to appreciate that is because if a person has a question on, I don't know, hospital gap, again, this is voluntary products, they don't have to go to that one agent, right? They can ask any of them for all the products.
Right.
Other school districts will say, you brought in this quote, so you're going to be for hospital, you're going to be for disability, and then the employee is confused of who am I supposed to go with? This way, the way that we've done voluntary in the past.
I like my trustees to really consider, that would be my motion, right? To do an exclusive broker agreement amongst those 3, and we move forward. And then that way we can really, I think for me, that makes the best business sense.
Do you want to keep the ones mentioned or the ones that have been there already?
Ortega Insurance, Salazar Insurance Group, and Everett Insurance, those 3.
I'd like to add the mess too if we're going to go that route.
See, because the 3...
And actually, I had made the motion already for 3, and Jackie added Salazar, so we can add Salazar, and I'm good with those 4. That'll be my motion on that.
I would just say that the documentation agreement then has to have, like I said, it has to be specific and state as far as their sharing agreements and services. Just like you're sharing commissions, you got to share services and whatnot as well too. And I'm only, like nothing against anyone else. I'm just looking at infrastructure, you know, personnel.
I know that has happened among the agents.
But whatever the majority.
They figure out, once you select them, they figure out their commissions, how they're going to work, how they break down.
Well, this would be a shared. See, that's the problem. See, if I'm looking at a business, I'm getting 3 for the price of 1.
They're shared.
That's equal work, equal pay, right? And so that way they're out there working to bring back the products, the prices, et cetera, for our staff. Once you start saying, well, you know, you start dividing it up 60, 20, 30, that's where you start having problems, and that's where you start having issues. This is something different. What you're describing is the old model. I'm looking at a new model. This would be an exclusive. Because no other district has ever done what I'm talking about, combining those 3 together. And I think that would be highly effective for our staff as far as rates and whatnot.
Is that like a co-op kind of a thing you're saying? Like
it would be an exclusive agreement.
We would do an MOU or something?
Right, and even if a carrier wanted just to list 1 as an agent of record, you'd still have a shared agreement where shared services, shared consignments, shared commission.
That's how the voluntary product agents are handling it, exactly how you said.
And this would be across the board. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm proposing here. It's something different.
Yeah.
And I think it makes the best business sense.
Yeah, we're going to have one for voluntary later on, so right now we're dealing with this one.
Yes.
I'll stick to my original motion before Mr. Dos Santos spoke, and I'll add, Jackie's recommendation with Jeff Everett, Tamés, and Ortegon and Salazar.
So we're going to go, okay. The motion now is to go with those 4.
You can have 1 agent or yes, which means multiple agents. So it's your call. There's a motion, you can second, or it dies.
Do we have a second?
We'll second. I'll
Okay,
second.
Mr. Zebra, second. Okay, we've discussed it. Are we ready to vote? Okay, we'll take it one at a time. Okay. Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Coach Serra?
Aye.
And Mr. Dos Santos?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item 10F, discussing the possible action for the Board of Trustees to approve the proposal award for Pharmacy Benefits Manager, PBM, RFP number 26-06-33. Dr. Rivera?
Dr. Cantu?
Yes, sir. The consultant from One Digital Shawcode, the Employee Benefit Committee and myself are recommending that the Board of Trustees approve the proposal from Veris RX in combination with a proposal from Assured Benefits Administrators to be the Pharmacy Benefit Manager for Weslaco ISD's self-insured healthcare
I'll
program.
make a motion to approve. It's bundled.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Staita, and a second by
Dr. Rodriguez?
Dr. Rodriguez. Any discussion? Okay. Motion to approve?
Aye.
Those that approve, say aye.
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 Those that do not, say nay. Nay? Okay, motion carries. Item 10G, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to approve the proposal award for group dental insurance, RFP number 26-06-43. Dr. Rivera.
Again, Dr. Cantu?
Yes, sir. So for this one, we did have a split recommendation. I know that you probably read that. But there's been further development because now I did reach out to Aflac so that they could match up and we could compare apples to apples, where there was a calendar year maximum of $1,000. I wanted to make sure that the other company is going to say, okay, what is it going to cost us for $1,000 maximum? Or in the high plan, it's $1,500 to $1,500. So I do have a little bit of update up to the back.
Thank you.
So the recommendation is still going to be split. We do have Aflac Insurance being recommended by Sean Koch and Dr. Cantu, myself. And that's because it's the same apples to apples comparison, but it's saving us money now.
I'll make a motion to recommend Aflac for the dental.
Mr. Staita makes a motion for Aflac. Do we have a second?
I did.
Okay, Mr. Los Santos, will take second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say, and because you gave us this, the original information we had was that even though the committee saw something different with Delta Dental, we actually were going to save, and maybe this was because of, like you said, the premiums and the yearly, what is it called? Max?
The yearly max,
That's
yes.
maybe why the committee chose Delta, but now that you
That was a big part of it.
But now that you gave us this new information and they matched apples to apples, and we have a big savings with the dental, it just makes sense to go with Aflac, according to the data that we have.
Any more? Dr. Rodriguez? No. No? Okay, let's take it to a vote. Those that approve say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. I don't think anybody will say no. And now we go to agenda item 10H, discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to select the servicing agents for the group dental insurance RFQ number 26-06-45. Dr. Rivera?
The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees select the servicing agents to be agents of record to service Weslaco ISD self-funded, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one.
Group.
For the dental insurance, and current agent is Jeff Everett and Associates, and the agent fees to remain the same. We do have them right now at 4%.
I'll make a motion like we did with the other one to recommend Tames, Jeff Everett, Ortegon, and Salazar
Second.
for this.
We have a second by De Los Santos. Any discussion? Okay, let's take it to a vote. All those that approve say aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. And now? Trying to understand this little portfolio here now. Item 11. Closed meeting pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.074. 11A, Personnel Matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. 11A1, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation of contracts for certified professional, non-certified professional, and non-contractual personnel. 11A2, discussion regarding resignations, retirements of certified professional, non-certified professional, and non-contractual personnel. 11B, consultation with attorney regarding Texas Government Code Section 551.071. 11B1, pending or contemplated litigation. 11B2, settlement offer, or 11B3, matter in which the duty of the attorney of the Weslaco Independent School District under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code 551.071. And 11B14, consultation with legal counsel regarding a Level 3 grievance pursuant to Board Policy FNG Local. The time now is 8:46, and we will go into closed session. Okay, the time now is 9:23, and we are reconvened in open meetings. Item 12A, possible action if necessary on items discussed in closed meeting. Dr. Rivera?
Recommend approval, you have the list.
Move to approve?
I'll second.
Motion by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Dr. Saita. Any discussion? Let's take it to a vote. Those that approve say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Discussion and possible action regarding resignations, retirements of certified professional, non-certified professional, and non-contractual personnel. Dr. Rivera?
Recommend approval.
Move to approve?
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez. And a second by Mr. Los Santos. Those that approve say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And 12A3, discussion and possible action regarding recommendations from Board Council pertaining to Level 3 grievance pursuant to Board Policy FNG Local. Dr. Rivera?
On this one, no action.
That takes us to item 13, adjournment.
So move.
All right.
The time now is 9:24, and we are adjourned.